ವಿಘ್ನೇಶ ಆ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈವ್ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು, ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನೋಡು, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈವ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು ನೋಡು. ಅದಿರಲಿ, ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಇರ್ಬೇಕು, ನಿಮಗೆ ನೆನ್ನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಉಂಟಲ್ಲ, ವಿತ್ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಬರ್ತದ? ಹಲೋ, ಒಂದು 10 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 10 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು.
architect Colonel D.
Hello.
as a chief guest. Director, Director, Package Development Center, AICTE India. Warm welcome to you, sir. I'm extremely elated.
ಕೇಳಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಕೇಳಿ.
Honor Dr. Suresh PS, Chairman, ISTE Karnataka section. Pleasure to welcome you, sir. It's indeed a true honor to welcome all the eminent speakers of 60 celebration.
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Warm welcome to you, sir.
ಅದಲ್ಲ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Welcome you, sir.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ
ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡೋಲ್ಲಿ VLC ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
VLC ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು.
ಈ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ ಜೂಮ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಎನೇಬಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಜೂಮ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್
ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು.
ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋರ್ ಸರ್ ಮೋರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋರ್ ಸರ್ ಮೋರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋರ್ ಸರ್ ಮೋರ್
ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸರ್ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸರ್ ಆಡಿಬಲ್ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Okay. 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 Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We shall be starting the session in 10 minutes.
But now, takku recommend marking model only one I want.
Good morning, everyone. We shall be starting the session in 10 minutes.
But now, takku recommend marking model only one I want.
Good morning, everyone. We shall be starting the session in 10 minutes.
But now, takku recommend marking model only one I want.
Good morning, everyone. We shall be starting the session in 10 minutes.
But now, takku recommend marking model only one I want.
A very good morning to all. Good morning, everyone. I, Kirsten, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, am privileged to be the host of 6 days refresher program on Computer Science and Engineering organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Coorg Institute of Technology, Ponnampet, in association with AICTE and ISTE New Delhi. A special welcome to each one of you. Divine interference transforms the ordinary human efforts into extraordinary. The Almighty alone has the power to grant the wish that we seek. I request Ms. Garshita to beseech the divine grace.
ಹೂವಲ್ಲಿ ಜೇನು ಗುಡಿ ಕಟ್ಟದೇನು ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀನು ಅಡಿ ಮುಟ್ಟದೇನು ಕಾಪಾಡುವ ದೇವರು ಹೇ ಶಾರದೆ ದಯಪಾಲಿಸು ಈ ಬಾಳನು ಬೆಳಕಾಗಿಸು ಹೇ ಶಾರದೆ ದಯಪಾಲಿಸು ಈ ಬಾಳನು ಬೆಳಕಾಗಿಸು ನಾಳೆಗಳ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆಯ ನೆಲೆಯ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸು ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸು ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಾವಾಡೋ ಪದ ಪದದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಂಚರಿಸು ಹೂವಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀನು ಅಡಿ ಮುಟ್ಟದೇನು ಆ ದೈವದಾಜ್ಞೆನೇ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಹೇ ಶಾರದೆ ದಯಪಾಲಿಸು ಈ ಬಾಳನು ಬೆಳಕಾಗಿಸು ಹೇ ಶಾರದೆ.
Thank you, Garshita. We now have a virtual lamp lighting session as a significance of good luck and power. With a new day comes new strength and new thoughts. It's time for us to welcome everyone here with a warm heart. I now request Professor Soumya C.T., HOD, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, to welcome everyone.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to the 6 days AICTE-ISTE sponsored refresher program on computer science and engineering, which is organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Coorg Institute of Technology, Ponnampet. It's my honor to welcome the chief guest and keynote speaker, Colonel B. Venkat, Director, Faculty Development Cell, AICTE, New Delhi. A warm welcome to you, sir. I'm extremely delighted to welcome guest of honor, Dr. Suresh T.S., Chairman of ISTE, Karnataka section. A pleasant welcome to you, sir. It's indeed a true honor to welcome all the eminent speakers of 6 days refresher program. A warm welcome to each one of you. I'm immensely delighted to welcome the Honorable President of Kodagu Education Society, Shri C.P. Bellappa, whose vision has been phenomenal in helping us to scale higher. Welcome you, sir. I extend a cordial note of welcome to the Vice President of Kodagu Education Society, Dr. M.C. Karyappa, who strives relentlessly to launch the fame of the institution at greater heights. A cordial welcome to you, sir. I'm indeed glad to welcome the Honorable Secretary of Kodagu Education Society, Shri C.P. Rakesh Puvaya, who has always been the source of our inspiration. A pleasant welcome to you, sir. It's my honor to welcome all the esteemed directors of Kodagu Education Society to this inaugural function. A warm welcome to one of you. I wholeheartedly welcome our beloved principal, Dr. M. Baswaraj, whose motivation, zeal, and dedication have been our watchwords. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
It's my privilege to welcome Professor Ramkrishna Bibi, Coordinator and ISTE Secretary of Coorg Institute of Technology, who has played a major role in planning this program. A warm welcome to you, sir. A cordial welcome to Administrator Officer and all the respected HODs and staff members. I welcome all of you. Last but not the least, a hearty welcome to all the participants across India for being a part of this program. A pleasant welcome to each one of you. Before concluding, I would like to give a bird's eye view of the program. Foremost, we are extremely happy with overwhelming response from different parts of our country like Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Mizoram, Manipur, Punjab, Andhra Pradesh, and many more. More than 179 participants have registered. As the number of participants are limited to 100, we have shortlisted them based on first-come basis. We are also telecasting this program on the YouTube channel as well. I wish to inform you all that we have eminent speakers from various colleges and experts from industry. We have 22 sessions in total. To name a few topics, we have sessions on introduction to AI and ML, cloud computing and microservices, cyber forensic and investigation, stress management, and many other topics which are related to computer science and engineering. We have the special session on National Education Policy 2020 by Dr. Jawahar Suri Shetty, who is a TED speaker and advisor to Government of India. I'm sure all the sessions will be very valuable and beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A hearty welcome to you as well. May I now appeal to the leader of the flagship, respected principal of Coorg Institute of Technology, Dr. Basavaraj M, to address the participants.
So very good morning to all. The Honorable President, Mr. C.P. Bellappa, the Honorable Vice President, Dr. M.C. Karyappa, the Honorable Secretary, Mr. C.P. Rakesh Puaya, the respected directors of a Kodagu Education Society, the chief guest and keynote speaker, Colonel B. Venkat, the director, the Faculty Development Program, AICTE New Delhi, the guest of honor, Dr. Suresh Kumar, the principal of CIT Gubbi and the chairman of an ISTE chapter Karnataka section, the distinguished speakers from IITs, NITs, other reputed universities and industries and institutions, HODs and my dear colleagues, participants from various colleges, ladies and gentlemen. I, Dr. M. Basuraj, of a Coorg Institute of Technology, have a great privilege and honor to welcome once again all the distinguished guests, the director of Kodagu Education Society, the speakers, and all the participants for a 6-day national level AICTE-ISTE online refresher program on a computer science and engineering. Indeed, I'm extremely happy to inform you that we have conducted 2 national level FDP programs, and today we are conducting 3rd FDP program under the AICTE-ISTE banner in CIT in this academic year. As you know that the Coorg is a enchanting, a beautiful place, also popularly called as the Scotland of India or the Kashmir of South. The Kodagu is the birthplace of a holy river, Kaveri. There are many attractions in and around Madikeri. Our former president of India, Bharat Ratna late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, said that the education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So now I want to present the bird view of a CIT. The vision of a Coorg Institute of Technology is to now evolve a center of excellence in technical education by imparting the quality education, focusing on creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial skills. The Coorg Institute of Technology, established in the year 1909 by great visionaries under the banner of a Kodagu Education Society, and is a pioneer institute located in the Ponnampet, Coorg. The campus is spread across 34 acres. The college has been approved by the AICTE New Delhi and affiliated to a V2 Belgavi. And we have a well-experienced and dedicated faculties and the state-of-art laboratories and which serves the needs for the students and staff members for conducting the researches and the consultancy works of Kodagu district. The additional campus facilities such as the Center of Excellence like a robotics labs and a skill lab for laboratories, auditorium, boys and girls hostel, the canteen, the internet center, gym, well-automated library, the medical facilities, and so on. So in our institution, we offer a bachelor degree in the following disciplines, that is the intake of 60 each. That is civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electronics and computer science, communication engineering, computer science and engineering, artificial intelligence and machine learning. At the outset, it gives me immense pleasure that the Department of Computer Science and Engineering is conducting the online national level AICTE-ISTE refresher program on computer science and engineering to all the teachers of the engineering college. The main motto of an IST of career development of our teachers and personality development of our students and overall development of our technical education system. The main objective of the IST is to provide the quality training programs to teachers and administrators of our technical institutions to update the knowledge and skills in the field of an activity. And it's encouraging to know that more than 150 our participants have enrolled for this FDP program from all parts of our country. I hope every participant will get benefited by attending sessions delivered by the experts and serves the students community at large. On this pleasant occasion, I wish to thank our management who are always encouraging and supportive in all our endeavors. I express my gratitude to all the speakers for accepting our invitation and agreeing to deliver the sessions in a one-week FDP program. I could also congratulate the FDP convener, Professor C.T. Soumya, the head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, and FDP coordinator and Institute ISTE Secretary, Professor Ramkrishna BB, teaching and non-teaching faculty staff members of the Computer Science Engineering Department. I extend all the thanks to all my students and staff who are directly and indirectly involved in the organizing this FDP program. My special thanks to Dr. Pratap Singh Desai, IST President, New Delhi, Professor Vijay D, Executive Secretary, New Delhi, and special thanks to our Dr. Suresh Kumar, the Executive Secretary of Karnataka section, for sanctioning this program to our institute. Last but not the least, I'm extremely thankful to the AICTE-ISTE New Delhi and the Karnataka section for sanctioning a 6 days workshop to our college, and expect the same support in future to conduct a good number of events under AICTE-ISTE banner. Thank you one and all, and take the benefit of this workshop to the maximum level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for providing our participants with a glimpse of our institute. Discipline defines soldiers. Dedication, dynamism, and unique caliber set them apart from others. Today, we have with us Colonel B. Venkat, Director, Faculty Development Cell, AICTE, as a chief guest, whose very personality would be an inspiration and a source of motivation for the younger generation. I call upon Professor Diana KK, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, to introduce our chief guest, Colonel B. Venkat, to the gathering.
It's important to be a person of honor than be a person with wealth. Good morning, everyone. I feel extremely honored to introduce the chief guest, Colonel B. Venkat, Director, Faculty Development Cell, AICTE, New Delhi, for the inaugural session. Colonel B. Venkat is serving as an Army officer from the Technical Branch, Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineering. He completed his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Army Institutes. He has nearly 30 years of service experience, and he has served in all possible appointments of command, staff, and instruction. He is presently on deputation with AICTE, and also he is handling faculty development related issues and release of grants through AICTE AQIS schemes. He has a unique distinction of representing India as its technical military attaché to Russia. The officer also handles AICTE's quality initiatives like NITTT, that is National Initiative for Technical Teachers Training, which is mandatory for the purposes of regularization and promotion to all the teachers, implementation of examination and processes of NEP 2020. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Thanks a lot for inviting me and giving me a chance to be speaking. I'm Colonel Venkat, Director, AICTE New Delhi.
May I now appeal to our chief guest, Colonel B. Venkat, to share his words of wisdom with us.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. I'm already online and I had started off also. So I give it thanks once again. Thanks once again to each one of you to have given me an opportunity to be speaking, an opportunity to be coming on your virtual platform and then be intimating to you. Thank you, first of all, Coorg Institute of Technology, Ponnampet, for coming out forward and taking this initiative of AICTE combined together with IICT in faculty training programs. These are online faculty training programs wherein through the forums of institute and the institute activities in connecting with multiple resource people subsequently, and then through these very capable and able resource person getting in touch with many more fellow faculty members and research scholars, we spread awareness, we spread knowledge, we spread about thought processes on very, very relevant topics. So today when we are connected with a particular topic of computer science and engineering. Now this is a topic of computer science engineering happens to be always in the mainstream because of a single reason, that its application does not per se limit only to one discipline or one field. It's a diverse field wherein you classify an ideal case to come under multidisciplinary with the offshoots of computer science and engineering with emerging areas forming part of multiple disciplines. That is what is the relevance and importance of this particular topic. And that is exactly what is so very pertinent when AICTE takes on the initiative of coming ahead with these kind of talks, with these kind of programs. And to the credit of everyone, your institute is the one who is spreading this awareness at AICTE's level and at the level of ISTE. Maximum is we can coordinate and sanction it, we can coordinate and get this program commenced, but to take it forward and to make sure that it actually reaches to the masses, reaches to the people to whom it is concerned, in the hands of your institute. And I take a lot of pride and honor in telling the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Coorg Institute of Technology has done all of us very proud. And in case we are connected today towards this weeks-long activity, and today is an inauguration, all credit goes to every staff, management, and each and every person who has been connected right from the beginning towards taking this particular activity forward. I sincerely need to be thanking Professor Ramakrishna, the coordinator. I need to be thanking Professor Soumya ma'am. And but obvious to say the least that without wholesome cooperation and guidance under the leadership of Professor Basavaraj, the principal, I don't think so these kind of activities actually go about in the manner it has been so intended. That is the relevance of all around cooperation. So that's another very important facet which comes out when we are conducting these kind of programs, that these kind of programs are not to be done by a single individual, to be done by a singular department. It is a collaborative effort wherein everybody comes together and puts forward the effort. IST, phenomenal. Their contribution has always been much, much beyond expectation, and their contribution, their work ethics, their activities and involvement in continuous improvement of the quality which is being given in an education system is something which is always worthwhile and complementing. And this is where AICTE and IST have come together, and the result and outcome is right in front of you people through the means of Coorg Institute of Technology. And thank you once again. Thanks a lot. It's an absolute pleasure to be connected on your virtual platform. It was so very heartening to see a whole lot of participants connected. So that goes to show, the relevance of the topic, that goes to show the relevance and importance of the institute. And it also goes on to show that the number of resource people that you people must have gathered for this 1 week's long program is, so very apt and right. Best wishes, looking forward to larger interaction with each and everyone from your institute, all the participants. Make sure that you remain connected, make sure that you do go back as a much, much learned man after this 1 week's activity. That is what is aimed at, that is what is our desire. And looking forward to listening from your institute and each and every person on many more further occasions. Thank you and best wishes. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting us on the importance of this refresher program. We have a renowned personality, Dr. Suresh DS, Chairman, ISTE, Karnataka section, as our guest of honor. He is known for his rare wisdom and intellectual acumen. Professor Muralidhar BM, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, is here to provide us a glimpse of his life and achievements.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Suresh DS. Dr. Suresh DS, Chairman, Indian Society for Technical Education, Karnataka section. He secured his PhD in Electronics Engineering, Mysore University. He completed his MTech in Biomedical Instrumentation from Mysore University and BE in Instrumentation Technology from Bangalore University. Out of his passion, he has completed MBA in human resource and he did his PhD in management. He worked for Toshiba Semiconductors, Future Techno Designs, a private limited Singapore as a technical consultant. Dr. Suresh is recognized for his 23 years of teaching and research experience in the field of biomedical instrumentation and embedded system. He has contributed more than 50 research articles, both in national and international journals and conference proceedings. By his dedication towards working on the technological innovation, he holds 6 Indian patents in his credit. Dr. Suresh DS has secured Excellent Engineering Institute in Rural Area Karnataka Award and Excellent Engineering Institute in Rural India Award during National Education Summit and Awards 2016, the function held at Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi. He is the instrumental in acquiring grants amount of rupees 2.5 crores from different national and state funding agencies. He associates with various universities, boards, and institutions in different capacities. That is, 7th Executive Council, member Governor nominee, VTU Belgavi, member 6th Academic Senate, VTU Belgavi, founder chairman, Institution of Engineers India, Tumkur Local Chapter, chairman, ISTE Karnataka State, member, Advisory Board, Technical Institution of Engineers. He has also secured many awards, such as 3 consecutive national awards for the BTech projects from 1998 to 2000 from ISTE New Delhi, Amulya Award from Government of Karnataka. He organized a symposium on sustainability agenda for technical education institution located in Tier 2 and rural areas in Karnataka, and it has been appreciated by Ministry of Human Resource and Office of Prime Minister, New Delhi, India. Dr. Suresh awarded with Best and Director of Technical Education Institutes in Karnataka, presented by CMAI Association of India in association with VTU Belgaum in 2nd National Karnataka Summit and Awards 2016. He has also conferred with Outstanding Scientist Award for the contribution and achievements in the field of biomedical instrumentation. Dr. Suresh D has been honored with Education Leader Award, Director of the Year 2017 in Leaders Conclave 2018 held at New Delhi, which was jointly organized by Education Worldwide India and Indian Education Network. He has been also awarded with Achiever of the Year Award 2019 for the achievements done in his expertise areas and Lifetime Achievement Award 2019 for his meritorious achievement in the field of education administration, presented by LIS Academy in association with VTU Belgavi and Department of Libraries, Bangalore. He has been honored with Tumkur District Rajyotsava Award 2019 from District Administration, Government of Karnataka for his admirable services in the field of education. He is the recipient of Excellence in Electronic Innovation National Award by CMAI in association with the Economic Times. It is a great honor to have you with us today, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I now appeal to Dr. Suresh DS to share his rare expertise with us.
Yeah, thank you, madam. First and foremost, I would like to thank AICTE and ISTE for having sanctioning this program for Coorg Institute of Technology. And also my sincere thanks and appreciation to Colonel B. Venkat, Director, Faculty Development at AICTE. In fact, myself and Colonel B. Venkat, yesterday also we are in part of one of the program at BIT Bangalore. And it's very inspiring to hear for Colonel B. Venkat talk and the way he motivates. And congratulations for Coorg Institute of Technology for having organizing this AICTE-ISTE refresher program. The topic is really good because you are taken at a very broader spectrum, and I think you have multiple options to bring it down to a micro level. And my sincere thanks to Chairman Belliyappa, Dr. M.C. Kariyappa, the Vice President, C.P. Rakesh Povaya, Honorary Secretary, and my good friend Dr. M. Basuraj, Principal of Coorg Institute of Technology, Professor Ramkrishna, and Soumya Siti, the Department HOD. Friends, now the technological changes are happening so fast, or again say the technological transformation is happening so fast I think the adaptation of the faculty members plays a major role. The meaningfulness of this AICTE-ISTE refresher program or any induction program that happens in any of the institution will be having a meaningful impact only if it is being taken at a grassroots level. See, attending the program is one thing. See, now the concept of AICTE-ISTE refresher program in the coming days is also going to get changed, because see, now no faculty development program or refresher program should be confined only to the classroom learning. It should be an hands-on experience. See, unless until we practically gear up, so definitely the engineering education will, so now we are changing the lot of changes, the transformation happening at the engineering education, in the engineering education level. So now few education is they think about reinventing the engineering education. Recently, your chairman, Belliyappa, or your vice president, I don't know, they were part of QPECA meeting. So he was addressing in pain the sustaining the engineering colleges in a remote places. See, that is true. See, we are one side, we are talking about the technology changes, conducting various programs, bringing the awareness among the faculty members and the students. And the primary part is how to sustain an engineering college that itself is at a stake. See, sustaining of any engineering college can really happen with the support of the stakeholders, especially the major stakeholder of any institution is the human resource, the faculty members. See, the meaningful effort undertaken by AICTE-ISTE for sponsoring this event, conducting this event is try to equip yourself. Once the human resource equip yourself, and once the student gets confidence, yes, my faculty members are capable, they can deliver a lot of hands-on session, I think then automatically the things is going to improve. See, now the concept, the motto of running any educational institution is not giving a university degree. It should be I can say the motto should be education directly related to employability. See, unless until education is directly related to employability, so definitely the institution is at stake. So what are the things that should be done? So one is the enrichment programs, the knowledge enrichment programs that is happening presently. And other thing is the employability, how you are going to increase the employability of the students. So this will go hand in hand. So if at all, if the real education has to be delivered to the student community, these sort of workshops has to be attended. It should be taken in a very sincere note. And once you go back after attending the 6 days of refresher program, you should not restrict yourself to just for a certificate. So my only request for all the participants is I came to understand that more than 170 entries came and 100 participants have been restricted, and the participants are across the nation. See, friends, only thing is once you go back, try to have more and more meaningful knowledge transfer programs. So conduct the knowledge transfer programs for your fellow colleagues and students. So definitely it will be a meaningful way of transferring your knowledge that you have gained. And I came to understand like some of the good topics have been part of this refresher program, like cyber forensics, which is the need of the hour has been introduced, and the stress management. And friends, basically all the teachers are here. I think if you see from 2019 to 2022, almost 20, we are crossing 2021. See, the major changes, if at all, if it has happened, is with respect to teaching community. The kind of adaptation and adaptability that we have embraced the technological changes from 2019, it is only the teachers who have really accepted the change, and we are getting forward to a better sort of learning environment, as well as better sort of delivering the content. And also I came to understand that one session on national education policy will be delivered from one of the experts. I think thanks to Government of India, like they have introduced the national education policy, where it really encourages the interdisciplinary learning and transdisciplinary learning. A lot of innovations is happening, but my only concern is it should not be like only a Bible, like a car, and where it will be shown and only the implementation we are going to fail. So national education policy, in case if it has to be implemented, the complete freedom has to be given to an institution level. And recently, I was interacting with few of my friends who work at a very good level in Google and Microsoft. See, there the recruitment process is going to change. See, now we are talking about the knowledge enrichment programs, various programs, and I told about the motto of any institution should be education related to employability. But friends, the concept of the recruitment process in the top multinational companies is getting changed, and they are not bothered about any academic degrees that any student is going to possess. See, in fact, Google is moving one step forward. Even without any degree, the student can take an entrance with the Google. If they clear an aptitude and analytical test of the Google, they are going to absorb them for 6 months to 2 years, and they are going to absorb them. See, if that is the case, if that comes into picture, then definitely you just think what will be the stake of our engineering degrees. And friends, you are also, your topic is a very broader segment like computer science engineering. My only request is try to encourage having open source club in your institutions, and try to work more and more on open source technologies. And thanks to NEP, I was mentioning interdisciplinary thing. And now, in case if India's development has to happen, coming to the national perspective, if at all, if India's development has to happen and India's growing economy, if any institution has to contribute for the India's development economy, I think the transdisciplinary research should happen. The research is no more a research unless until it creates a socially relevant research, locally need-based research, nationally important and globally significant. When you take up any research, I think maybe you focus on the transdisciplinary research, where, and Colonel B. Venkat was rightly mentioning, computer science is no more a computer science. Computer science is so demanding now because it is the way it is getting connected to various engineering disciplines. So friends, let us encourage the transdisciplinary research. And whenever we do research, let's not restrict ourselves only for publication in some Scopus index papers. Let's come out with some revenue generation activities. I think if your management people are here in this meeting, I think they totally agree with me. At the end of the day, it is the revenue generated. It matters a lot for any institution to get sustained. So friends, being in technocrats, let us contribute ourselves in, we're involving in various consultancy activities, filing the patents. And patent filing is not just file a patent and show as a record that I have filed a patent. Try to bring a commercial value for the patents. And it should be a win-win situation for the institution, for the department and the faculty members. Then only in the future, definitely the institution can survive with the active involvement of the faculties in the revenue generating activities. And my request for the young and new faculty members who have joined the academic institution, especially the higher education institutions, technical institutions, to take this profession as a passion and to drive it. And also a request on behalf of ISTE Karnataka section, please kindly take ISTE membership and support in having many more programs. See, once the membership drive happens, memberships increases, definitely these sort of sponsorship will come for the various institutions. And coming to ISTE Karnataka section, after our team took over from March 2020, even in this pandemic situation, we have conducted more than 140 programs for various faculty members, and even many programs for the students like hackathon, Kodathon, Toyathon. A lot of activities have been conducted. And in the coming days, in fact, with the kind of involvement, your Dr. Basuraj principal is interacting with me and your other ISTE coordinator, we look forward to have many more programs where Coorg Institute of Technology, ISTE Karnataka, and we can rope in few more industries, and we can conduct many more programs in the advanced technological changes. And friends, whatever we attend the program like ISTE refresher program or induction program, always I talk about the academic integrity. If you don't have that academic integrity, basically we talk about the integrity towards the nation. First and foremost is we should have the integrity towards academic. So once we are the integral part of any learning process, then definitely there will be a value for this sort of programs. So try to be integral for your academic activities and try to have ethics in academic process. Then definitely we can, all of us being the teachers, we can really contribute. And finally, I wish all the best for participants, and better to take away, like you should take away something from this workshop, and where you should remember the technological changes, the knowledge enrichment programs, capabilities that you have got because of this workshop. And wishing all the best for the participants. Congratulations to Principal Dr. Basuraj, HOD of Computer Science, and ISTE coordinator, and entire team of Institute of Technology for hosting this. And my sincere thanks to AICTE and ISTE for sanctioning the program for Coorg Institute of Technology. Wish you all the best. Thanks for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for motivating our participants to involve with knowledge transfer with the finest words. 22 years ago, like-minded visionaries dreamt a dream. They not only believed in it, but also plunged themselves into turning this dream into reality. Together, they sowed the seed, watered it, and nurtured it with their tender and loving hands. Today, the seed has transformed into a beautiful tree under the name of Coorg Institute of Technology. Their greatest gift to the youth is education. I deem it my honor to present before you a brief biography of Sri C.P. Bellappa, Honorable President, Kodagu Education Society. Sri C.P. Bellappa hails from the prestigious Cheppudira family. His father, Sri C.M. Punacha, was Chief Minister of Kodagu, the then state. Sri C.P. Bellappa secured his bachelor's degree in technology from Madras University in Chemical Engineering and his master's in the same stream from Stephen Institute of Technology, New Jersey, USA. He holds the credit of working with Indian Oil Corporation, Rallis India Limited, Humphreys and Gasco Limited, Mumbai. Currently, he is managing his own coffee estate. He is passionate about social activities and served in many educational institutions, including our own Kodagu Education Society. He is a great man of letters and has penned several books of great claim. Nuggets from Coorg history and Victoria Gaurama are a few to name. Sri C.P. Bellappa is a regular contributor to newspapers such as Deccan Herald, The Hindu, Indian Express, etc. I now request Sri C.P. Bellappa, Honorable President, Kodagu Education Society, to address.
Very warm welcome to all the participants and all the resource persons who are attending this 6-day national level program on faculty development. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Colonel B. Venkat, Director, Faculty Development of AICTE. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Suresh Kumar, Chairman, ISTE, Karnataka section, and all the resource persons, eminent resource persons who will be taking part in the 6-day program. As has been mentioned by all the speakers, the importance of computer science and engineering is something that is really amazing. In fact, I am always, I think all of us are amazed at the pace at which this particular branch of engineering is growing. And we have seen it in the last 2 decades, what transformation it has brought in the entire behavior of human beings, actually. And it is, as Colonel Venkat mentioned, and also as Mr. Dr. Suresh Kumar mentioned, computer science is influencing every walk of life of human beings. So it is a field that is growing so fast, and some of those technologies are becoming obsolete in such a short time that it is very important that we keep abreast of the latest technology that is going on, and should be aware of what is happening, because the pace at which the technology is developing, unfortunately, the syllabus that is being prescribed for this particular branch, it actually is not matching. So it is very important that we have these kind of programs where our faculty members could update themselves with the latest technology that's happening in the industry, so that they in turn could impart this knowledge to our students. And our students, they are the ultimate beneficiaries of this particular program, and they have to be ready by the time they graduate. They should be ready with the kind of technology that is prevalent in the next few years, and it's going to change. And as I said, it really, it never fails to amaze me, the kind of changes that have taken place in the last 2 decades. And unless we keep pace with it, we are going to be obsolete. And in fact, I mean, I also felt, you knew about it about 10 years ago. I thought, well, this field has almost reached its ultimate zenith, and there is not going to be very much further development that's going to take place, because we are already having such powerful computers and such powerful media and all those the facilities that we have now. But then now when we really look at it, we are, I think, still a long way to go. We are still, probably this field is still in its infancy, and there's a lot more that has to happen with artificial intelligence and machine learning and robotics, Internet of Things. I think it's all going to, this particular field is going to connect every other field, and it's going to take human beings to another level in the next couple of decades. And unless we are in tune with the developments that are taking place, we will be left behind, and nobody can afford to ignore the developments that are taking place at such a fast pace, and especially in this particular field. And our faculty members are the ones who will have to really keep themselves updated constantly. And I'm very, very happy that this particular program has been envisaged, and we are getting a lot of support from the AICTE and ISTE. And I thank AICTE and ISTE for helping us in conducting this particular program. And this is going to help not only our faculty members, but also all those other participants from different parts of the country who have also come on this platform. And a lot of good suggestions have been given. Dr. Suresh Kumar just mentioned about how in order to sustain an engineering college, it's the faculty members who will have to be really fully tuned to the latest developments. And it's only then that an engineering college, especially a college like ours, we are based in a rural area, who can benefit our students, and in turn produce students who are industry ready. We think that's the buzzword right now. We have to have students who graduate from here. By the time they graduate, they should be industry ready. And for that, a lot of effort has to go in. It's not only just covering the syllabus that is required. We have to go beyond that. And a lot of material is available on the net. And over and above that, our faculty members will have to be absolutely in tune with the developments that are taking place. Dr. Suresh Kumar also mentioned about revenue generation. And I think that's a field I think we'll have to very seriously look at. And our faculty members will have to look at this this particular aspect and work towards that. All this will require a lot of work, a lot of efforts, and you have to be motivated. You have to be passionate about what you're doing, and you'll have to come out with certain innovative technologies so that it can also generate revenue for the institution. And I'm sure this program is going to help a lot of faculty members. And as I said, in turn, it will help the students. And so it's a very, very important program. And I'd like to congratulate the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Professor Soumya and Professor Ramakrishna for their efforts. And because Dr. Basuraj has been overseeing all these activities. And I'd like to once again wish all the best for this program. And I'd also like to thank Colonel Venkat, Dr. Suresh Kumar, and all the other resource persons. Eminent resource persons are there from very eminent institutions. I'd like to thank all of them for participating and sharing their knowledge with us. And once again, a warm welcome to all the participants at the resource persons. I'm sure this will be a very, very useful 6-day program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for emphasizing on the development of the field of computer science and engineering. I now call upon Colonel B. Venkat to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir. Colonel B. Venkat, sir, I request you to take over the session. There is a delay because of technical issue. The resource person will be starting in 2 minutes. I request Colonel B. Venkat, sir, to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Thanks. It's a pleasure. Like I keep telling, it's an honor to be coming, and coming on your platform and be then speaking and then be part of this particular activity which is being taking place in the Coorg Institute of Technology, and your institute and you people are connecting the participants towards delivering a knowledge sharing address to them. When you people give information to the people, you give kind of sharing knowledge to the people. It's an absolute pleasure to be there with you people, and all these activities which are happening happen by the virtue of an activity and which is being driven totally by the national education policy. And once we are driven in the national education policy times, each one of the activity has to be seen aligned to the thought process of the national education policy and has to be aligned to the requirements of the national education policy. Having said this particular thing, your particular topic also, if we may have a understanding of the subject, is basically aligned in every possible manner to make sure that we bring about a change in our education system towards aligning them to the latest nuances of computer science and engineering. So this particular subject, like I was telling in my initial talk also, that this is a talk and a subject. Let's be aware of the fact that this particular activity is the mainstay and is going to be the stay for the times to come, because of a single reason, that the National Education Policy also talks about a full-fledged chapter on professional education. A professional education is a form of an education which is to be provided in such a manner that the student who is going to be then coming out from an educational institute comes out with a holistic education encompassing multiple nuances, to include general education, to include vocational education, to include disruptive technology education, which has been given, to include activities which are beyond the engineering discipline. Let us talk of engineering. He should have basics understanding of agriculture, health, and legal. He has to go even beyond, and he should also be seeing a little bit of basic sciences and humanities. That is the wholesome education which an individual needs to be taking. So towards this, multiple initiatives, multiple activities have happened, and the activities which align themselves to this happens to be that one of the strongest proposals which have gone towards having this kind of an activity to be given is the concept of multidisciplinarity. It goes for both. It goes for academics and it goes for institutions. Once we talk about academics, the multidisciplinarity in academics has to be a holistic, the way I was trying to tell just now. And if it has to be the manner in which we are trying to say just now, how do you propose that these kind of activities can be forming part? The recommendation or the process in which each one of us is working is revision of curriculum, alignment to these needs by having a variation in percentages to the overall credit. And the draft which we are proposing happens to be in the strong ratio of 40-20-20-20, though it is variable. The 40 happens to be the core subjects, 20 the core electives, second 20 basic sciences, humanities, and the last 20 is open electives. Now, I have a fair share of analysis from what I've said. 40 and 20, which is the core subjects and core electives, ensure that the primacy and the importance of the basic discipline or the stream of engineering is retained and maintained. The second 20 of basic sciences and humanities take straight away to the category of interdisciplinarity, which is extremely important towards leading it to multidisciplinary. And the last 20 is open electives. Now, what are these open electives? Open electives is, because National Education Policy talks about agriculture, health, and legal, that this should be minimum understood by everybody as a basic subject. So include these subjects as a credit-based activity into your open electives basket. Why only these subjects? Please bring in certain skill-based activities, bring in certain Indian knowledge system, universal human values, Indian dance, Indian music, Indian yoga for that matter. Bring in multiple, and also bring in the latest in disruptive technologies and emerging area subject into the open electives. This is where, should you bring in people of multiple other disciplines, can also enrich themselves by picking up a subject. Now towards completion of an individual's, whether it's a certificate, diploma, PG diploma, or for that matter, even a degree, the student is at liberty to pick and choose from this open electives basket towards making the number of credits which is desired to be done from open electives. Give him an option, give him a chance. And once you give him an option and once you give him a chance to be doing, this is where he has a freedom to broaden his horizon. And once you broaden the horizon, you make that individual that much more capable of not only being employed. Why, on the other hand, why do we only talk of employment? I think it's high time today that we, rather than speaking of employment, we should be talking that we are making our students capable of generating employment. And having said this, having given him the exposure to this multidisciplinary kind of a concept of an education, having given him a exposure to more facets of education, you are making our students capable. You are making the whole. Together, we are actually speaking, bringing forward the revolution in the education system. And this is how these kind of activities, which AICTE is progressing, is processing along with IST. And when we take on this mantle of improving a mindset change, improving an education qualification of a faculty member and a teacher, the ultimate aim happens to be the same, that we wish our teachers to be the pathways, we wish our teachers to be the leaders in this education system and then take it forward. This is the ultimate aim. So every activity which is done is a contributory activity, which is collectively speaking coming forward to the last and penultimate target, and that happens to be making India at the global hub of education. So we sincerely need to be thanking Coorg Institute of Technology, Ponnampet, Kodagu. It's absolutely wonderful to be connected with you. It's absolutely refreshing to be there on your platform. It is so great that you people are sharing this particular aspect to multiple more people. And should we be doing it? And it's not an individual effort. It's not an activity which can be done by one person, one department, one institute, one university. It has to be a collective effort of each one of us at every workplace, whether we are in the classroom, department, institute, or even in any office. Collectively, we join hands, collectively, we move together the way this particular activity is being done, wherein a subject knowledge is being shared to multiple people through getting connected to multiple resource people, which is from a diversified society to include academicians, industries, to include real people out of their experience. This is how a revolution happens. This is how a change happens. I wish all the best to the Institute. I wish all the best to each and every person who is connected. And my sincere regards to everybody in your management and your department and the people behind the scene to whom I'm not able to connect, that you people have done a commendable job. We look forward to much, much more interaction. We look forward to larger cooperation towards making sure that we have one of the best education system in the world. I wish my best to everybody who has got connected. I wish my everybody who wish to take on the mantle of, the role of taking India to next level. And this is how should we be working together. We will be surely seeing a revolution in the times to come. Thank you. It was my pleasure to be talking to you people. It was my pleasure to be coming on your virtual platform. And my sincerest regards and best wishes to everybody. I'm Colonel Venkat, Director AICTE. On my behalf, I wish each participant the best of learning, enrich your knowledge, go back as a much, much better person, and bring about a change in every place that you work, whether it's whichever place, small, big, doesn't make a difference. But do bring about a change, and that change is something which will sustain you and sustain your department and institute for much, much larger activities to come in future. Thank you and all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for calling out for the collective efforts from the faculties for the betterment. Gratitude is often a reflection of love and respect for the favors received. We are overwhelmed by the act of kindness that our guests have shown by being a part of our program. I call upon Professor Ramakrishna BB, Coordinator and IST Secretary of the Institute, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Kirtan. Respected dignitaries, invitees, and my dear participants. I know I stand between you and a tea break. If I allow you to go for a tea break, I'll be failing to thank those who helped me to organize this program. There is a note which says, be careful whom you give a gratitude to, because they need to be deserving. But when you give a gratitude, give it in such a way that the person receiving it is responsible to serve again, to hear those two words, thank you. I am not sure that I can do that, but I will promise you I'll speak from my bottom of the heart. First of all, my big, very, very big thanks to our chief guest, Colonel B. Venkat, Director, Faculty Development Cell, AICTE, New Delhi, for joining us in this inaugural program and delivering a keynote address. Thank you, sir. A special mention to our guest of honor, Dr. Suresh DS, Chairman, ISTE Karnataka section. We greatly honored by your presence, sir. Thank you. I wholeheartedly thank President of today's program, Shri Belliyappa, President, Kodagu Education Society, for your guidance and support. Thank you, sir. My heartfelt thank you to Dr. Karyappa, Vice President, Kodagu Education Society, and Shri Rakesh Puvaya, Secretary, Kodagu Education Society, for their encouragement and support in conducting this program. We greatly honored by your presence, sir. Thank you. My wholehearted gratitude to Dr. Vijay D. Vaidya, Executive Secretary, IST, New Delhi, for his support. Thank you, sir. I should thank Dr. Indumati, who is not with us today. She supported us and guided us a lot. Thank you. A special mention to our principal, Dr. Basavaraj, who came to my rescue during various crises and motivated me to conduct this wonderful event. Thank you, sir. I thank our HOD, Professor Soumya CT, for giving us a courage and confidence to organize this program. Thank you, madam. I would like to thank all resource persons and participants for becoming part of this refresher program. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the MC, Mrs. Kirtan, without whom the event is not possible. Thank you, madam. Finally, I would like to recall the unsung heroes of this refresher program, which is my young staff members. I thank all of them. At the end, I thank very much for everyone for joining us in this inaugural session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now break momentarily for 10 minutes, after which we have a session by Dr. Pavan Kumar C, IIT Dharwad, on coding theory in reliable and secure communication. I request everyone to rejoin using the same link after 10 minutes.
Yeah, good morning. If the organizer is here, I just want to test if I'm audible and the screen can be presented.
Yes, sir. It is audible,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, okay. Just like I am disabled with the screen sharing. Can you just check like wait.
One second. So please share your screen, sir.
Yeah, one second. No, 1 second. For some unknown reason it is giving not responding. Just a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Try to share your screen. Or... ಇಲ್ಲಿ. Sir, can you try now, sir? I enabled the option. You share my video. Hello, sir. Yes.
Yeah, good morning. Just a minute, give me 2 or 3 minutes. My machine got some problem. I will just get back. I'm logging in from mobile. Just give me a minute or two. I will get back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Participants will be starting the session in some time. I request you all to stay logged in.
Hope I'm audible. Please can you confirm?
Hello, sir. I'm audible to you. Hello, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible now?
Sir, you are audible, sir. Shall we start the session, sir?
Yeah, we can start.
We now have a session by Dr. Pawan Kumar C, IIT Dharwad, on the topic Coding Theory in Reliable and Secure Communication. I deem it my privilege to introduce our resource person, Dr. Pawan Kumar. Pawan Kumar is currently working as Assistant Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Indian Institute of Information Technology, Dharwad, Karnataka, an institution of national importance. He pursued his PhD from Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore. His research areas was reliable and secure data communication. He has published papers in journals and conferences of international repute in his areas of research that include coding theory, data communication, formal languages and automata theory, cryptography, and applied mathematics. In addition, he is on the technical program committees of various conferences in India and abroad. He is a senior member of IEEE as well. We are glad to have you with us today, sir. I request you to take over the session.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the generous introduction and also for the invitation for this program. So, sorry for the technical hiccup. I don't know what was happened, and at the same time it stopped working the moment I had to start the talk. Probably, the topic is also on the reliable and secure communication, but the reliability was lost when using an internet connection. Okay, sorry for that. And having said that, I'm delayed by almost 15 to 20 minutes, and I will try to cover it up with giving brief introduction on the topic wherever I cannot complete it due to this time constraint, and I'm sorry for that. I don't know what has happened, and delivered a lot of talks, but it happens sometimes, right? It is the first experience of having in this case. Okay, I'm sorry for that. Please let me know if the screen is visible in the full screen.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible, sir. You can carry on.
Yeah, okay. And also just confirm whether the screen is moving.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So that's great. So now, for the today's talk, I have selected the topic on coding theory in reliable and secure communication. Now, why exactly we require this coding theory? Are we not communicating reliably without the help of the coding theory? And also coming to the point of the secure communication, okay, we are communicating, but what exactly is the requirement for having a secure communication? In these aspects, how this coding theory can help and then achieve the goals of reliable and secure communication, that we will see in this talk. So this is the overview or the plan I have made for this today's talk. First we'll see why exactly, what exactly this coding theory is and what is its necessity, and then we will take how this coding theory works, then what are the principles of encoding and decoding, and then what are the trends that are there in the decoding of a code, and then we will see what are the applications of this coding theory in achieving reliability or security or even in the authentication aspects. Then we will see what are the research trends and then application that also we will see. Hope the audio and the presentation is clear. Please confirm them.
Yes, sir. Presentation is clear, sir.
Audio part is fine.
Yes, sir. It's clear, very clear, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. Now you can imagine this as a game which we might have played in our childhood or even in the adulthood. That's a game, childish game we can call it. Now one participate, so assume that a set of or a group of students or people are standing in a series, and then the game is that this person who is standing over here has to come and convey a message to this person, and this person will forward it to the other person, and the message has to pass from this person to this person with the condition that the message will be conveyed by this person only once to the next person, and it cannot ask for the repeat. So like now you can remember that in all these kind of games, it was so unreliable that whatever you had presented or whatever you have told or whatever you have communicated to this person will be totally different from what you hear at this point of time. Now imagine like this scenario you can correlate with any communication system, whether it is ground to ground station or satellite to ground station, or even from point to point communication or anywhere. Like first with the example of satellite communication, if you take, like if this person has to communicate is a satellite and it is communicating with a ground station, it has to pass some message to the ground. It will be through some of the intermediate nodes or the intermediate channel, which is our atmosphere, that has to be passed on. Like now imagine the presence of noise or the other noise particles or even the atmospheric things, the message which was transmitted from the satellite may get corrupted by the time it reaches the ground station. Now the challenge is we cannot ask the satellite to resend it again, because it will be like an precious moment that was captured by the satellite in the outer space, and that is communicated over the link to the ground station, right? Like you cannot ask the satellite to resend it again, I lost it, right? In such cases, what we can do so that we can recollect that information, whatever is being corrupted, and then we can get the original message back. That is one aspect of this talk. Like now in the other way, now when we are communicating this message from this person to this person, assume that all these are assume that they are all the reliable persons, then the message easily passes from this person to this person or this point to this point. If the challenge is that if this person who are there in the intermediate nodes, if they are not reliable, or like if they introduce their own errors into the message, then the actual challenge starts. That like in this case, the actual challenge starts and the message might get corrupted in between by the time it reaches the other point. So invariably, like both reliable and secure communication are the important aspects in this case for the message to communicate from one point to the other point, whether any kind of communication system it is. Like even from one point to the other point, or from one machine to the other machine, or from ground to earth, or the earth is a satellite, like satellite to ground, or the other way. All this requires some sort of reliability as well as the security. Now there are basically three reasons to encode data that is to be transmitted, or stored, right? Like encode data in the sense, like now we are having a plain text data, right? You will encode it and will keep it for some reason. Like basically there are three reasons for doing that. One is like for efficiency, and other is for error detection or correction, and another reason for secrecy or authentication. Now this efficiency comes in a part of the information theoretical aspect, wherein like the information whatever is present, it needs to be efficiently stored at some place, or it should be efficiently transmitted. In the sense, like if there are any errors or if there are any redundancy in the message, then like we should make sure that a clean copy of the information has been transmitted over the channel. So we will use something called as a source coding algorithms, and then like we will make sure that the data is efficiently like in a form that is efficient and that will be transmitted over the channel. That is the information theoretic point of view. And the other point is like the coding theoretic point of view, as I was talking in the previous example, that if you are having multiple people to which the message need to be passed, then there are chances that like wantedly or unknowingly some sort of information might have been corrupted in the transmission. In that case, like coding theory can be used and that error can be corrected. How we can do that? That we will see over. And the other, like a very popular application is the cryptographic application, wherein we will save the information securely. In this aspect of the application, we won't encode the data, we use the term encrypt the data. That means the message, whatever there in the plain text, will be stored in the form of a cipher text. But in the previous two applications, that is for efficiency and for the error detection and correction, the text will be in the plain text format itself. But in the case of secrecy or authentication,
the text will not be in the plain text, that will be in the ciphertext. That is by using or employing some sort of error correction codes or something, we will be having this case. Okay. Now, like if you take a typical digital communication scenario like this, maybe like if you are from an electronics and communication background, then you may feel this diagram is a little bit familiar. But the thing is, if you take any communication system for that matter, this is the same, right? Okay. So in this scenario, like when the information need to be passed on from this source to this sink, the digital source, whatever is there, it will be first source encoded. That means the information what is there over here will be source encoded, and then by employing suitable encryption and decryption mechanism, we will encrypt the message. Here the role comes with the public key or the private key crypto system. Whereas in the case of the public key crypto system, what we will do, we will take the public key of the receiver, and then we will encrypt the message and we will transmit. Whereas in the sync, the message, like the receiver will use his private key and then it will decrypt the message. That is what the general communication scenario is. Then once the message has been encrypted, we will use the suitable error correction coding technique and suitable for the channel. Like for example, channel in the sense like if it is a space, then it is some sort of a channel. If it is an internet, like which we are communicating, that is another sort of a channel. Based on that, the signal will be modulated and transmitted over the channel. At the sync, the message which has been received will be decoded first, and then it will be decrypted and source decoded, and you will get the message. So you can interlink or you can just correlate this with any communication scenario, like that is from WhatsApp or even from an cellular tower communication or satellite to ground communication, or any typical communication scenario will be resembling this sort of an application. Whether we are using it knowingly or unknowingly, this is what the backbone or architecture which we will use in the communication. Now coming to the error detection and the correction, how this capability will be added or how error detection or correction is performed. It is not a magic, right? Like there should be some mechanism for doing that. So in that case, like whatever the information is there, if that message or the information is of length k bits, we will add the additional redundancy bits to that message and we will make it as n bits. That means some additional information will be added to the already existing message, and we will make sure that by that added redundancy bits, we can take them and help in the error correction. We will see that how it has been done also, we will see. Right now, if you are from computer science background, like or even if you know, or like if you are familiar with this kind of notation, this coding theory, we can have it as a form of a map wherein like the message, whatever is there or the information is there, which is k length, it will be encoded into n bits, right? And sigma is the set of alphabets over which the symbols are defined, right? Like this is a notation from the computer science wherein like in the automata theory, we will use it for sigma for indicating the alphabet, and the members of that sigma will become the symbols. Similarly, in this case, like whatever the message length is there, that is being defined over this sigma. Similar for the k and then the n. Now, having said that, if sigma is a set of alphabets, and if it contains only two symbols, 0 and 1, then you can make sure that there is just a digital communication, wherein 0 and 1s are employed extensively for communicating. So, if you are having a string of messages that are made up of zeros and ones, so you will add some additional bits to it as redundancy bits, and it will be transmitted over the channel. And the trade-off is like this length of n is always greater than the length of the message. And now this coding schemes can be either linear or non-linear. Generally, these linear codes are defined over the vector spaces or higher order algebraic structures, whereas the non-linear codes are defined over the groups or simple algebraic structures. Like why, even though the codes can be defined over the groups, even though they don't have very good error correction capacities, like that satisfies the definition of the error correcting code. That's one of the reasons we will call even the codes that are defined over the groups are the error correcting codes. Like, hope you are familiar with the terminology of the group. That is like if a set of elements satisfy certain criteria, like if they satisfy some criteria like associative and then closure and existence of identity in the set, and also the existence of inverse for every element in the set, then we can call it as a group. Similar for the higher order structures like ring or semi-ring or even to the field. So like that, having said that, like we can have this as any algebraic structure. Now coming to this sigma power 3, it means that 3 bits are there. So in the place of sigma power k, if k is of 3, then it means that the length of the message is of 3 bits. Similarly, if it is n, then there will be n bits. And having said this, like if this is 3 and if it is k, then n should be higher than that. That can be even 5 or 6, even 4. Anything higher than 3 can be n in this particular example. Right? So if you are having a general notation that sigma power n, that means there can be n bits, and n is like you can define suitably for the application. Now this function, whatever is there from the mapping sigma power k to the sigma power n, we can have like as I told you before, like we can have it as encoding function and then the decoding function. This encoding function maps the message from this message word to the code word. Like now sigma power k is the set of all the message words are also called as the message space, whereas sigma power n is a set of encoded code words. Now like for doing this sort of a mapping, now what kind of map, like we may be familiar with one-to-one map and onto maps, right? So now this kind of a mapping is a one-to-one and onto mapping also for the suitable error correction or the efficient error correction and then the detection. That means a message is there in this sigma power k, like that will be mapped to a particular element in sigma power n, and no two elements in sigma power k will be mapped to a single element of sigma power n. That is from the like definition of the maps, that is like 1 1 and onto. So this one should be, the encoding function should be 1 1 and onto, so that only we can have the better or like exact error correction and then the detection mechanism. So this is from the encoding part. That is like if the message is of length k, that will be encoded into a message of length n, and that can be defined over any of the alphabet which we are considering. Now coming to the function of the decoding, and encoding will be done at the sender and the decoding will be done at the receiver part. Now this decoding function maps, now the decoding function maps the code words to the message word, that is from sigma power n to sigma power k. Now sigma power n is the code words that we need to map to the message words. That is where our algorithms and all those things should come into picture. Now this encoding function and decoding function can also map up to the encoding algorithm and then the decoding algorithm. So the decoding algorithm should be powerful enough to convert the received words to the exact messages. Now like if it is in an ideal scenario, that is fine, that it can receive a code word like which belongs to this sigma power n, that you can map to some message. But in the presence of noise, we need to first nullify the effect of noise and then like map this received code word into the message word. So this is where the intelligence need to be added. Intelligence in the sense not artificial intelligence or whatever. The algorithm should be fair enough to decode correct the errors that occurs in the transmission, that has been noise has been added to the message, and then the algorithm should make sure, that is the decoding algorithm should make sure that the received code word, even though it contains errors, it should be corrected and it should be mapped to the right message words, right? So that means like if eta, that is the noise is added to the message, that noise need to be nullified and the message to be sent. Now error correction and decoding will be performed by majority of these methods. One is by the algebraic decoding, other is by the probabilistic decoding, and the next is the graph decoding. In the case of the algebraic decoding, the user like who is decoding the message that has been received, he will use the underlying algebraic structure properties to decode and correct the errors. That means, as I told you before, if you are using a field or if you are using a vector space or even a group, what are the properties of that algebraic structure? Some peculiarity will be there that will be used to decode the message and then correct the errors if at all any. So we will see a simple example and we will see how it is done also. And this algebraic decoding requires the channel output to be quantized before the start of the decoding. That means like if it has to be decoded, first the channel output to be quantized and then it can be decoded. So that is one of the reasons this algebraic decoding is not very popularly used, but it was in the starting days of decoding theory when this error correction codes was used in communication scenario, the satellite communication, this algebraic decoding was extensively used. Next comes the picture of the probabilistic decoding. In this case, the code words will be decoded based on the maximum likelihood or the maximum a posteriori algorithm. So, like when you are having the maximum likelihood or the maximum a posteriori algorithm, it is similar to having the case of machine learning, wherein you will have a maximum likelihood decoder or the maximum likelihood approximation kind of a thing. We can do it when you are having the probabilistic decoding. The next important aspect in this is the graph decoding, where whatever the code words were transmitted over the channel can be represented by a suitable graph. And that kind of graphs are called as trellises, that we will talk a little later. And the maximum likelihood graph decoder will decode based on the paths. So one of the popular methods is the maximum likelihood Viterbi decoder. So Viterbi is the scientist who had proposed this, and like in the University of Southern California, you have something called as a Viterbi School of Engineering that was named after that great mathematician and engineer who had proposed a method like on the graphs also we can perform the maximum likelihood decoder. Like now we will see like one by one what exactly this means, and first we will see one example for the algebraic decoding, and then we will perform with the graph decoding, and meanwhile we will construct two error correction codes and what are their applications. Now coming to this point, like if there are two code words that belongs to the sigma power n, and if there are C1 and C2, then the distance between them can be given as the number of positions in which they differ. Like now you are having two code words C1 and C2, at which positions they do differ is defined as the distance between the code word. Now, like along with the distance between the code words, there is one more terminology that is called as minimum distance. See, this code word distance and y that belongs to this code book, or if you belong to the encoded words, among which is the lowest, that is given by the minimum distance. Just let me know if I am audible properly.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible. In between on
Yeah,
one
okay.
or 2 seconds, there was a disturbing. Now it is clear.
Okay, I don't know. Like if it gave me a warning that the internet was unstable for a second. Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Now is it
clear.
fine?
Yes, sir. It is fine.
Yeah, okay. So this is the minimum distance. We will see with an example, but just understand that this is the minimum of all these distances that you compute. Like if there are 10 code words, if you come compute the distance for them.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So there are a few queries by the participants which we'll discuss at the end of the session. They are shared with the chat box. We'll discuss at the end, sir. Is it okay, sir?
Okay, fine, right. We can do that. We will take up at the end, and then like I will come to the corresponding slide and we can change it. Any of slide numbers are there, so just if anyone is having any doubt, please make a note of that. I will address them. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Right. Now this is the minimum distance between the code words. Like it is the minimum of all the distances that are been computed. Now, like how we can take this error correction and error detection from the minimum distance of the code, right? So now we have computed the distance, and then we have seen how to compute the minimum distance, and what is this correlation between this minimum distance and with the error correction and detection capacities, right? That we will see over here. Now, if we like represent this delta as the minimum distance, then the code which we are constructing will correct the errors that is equivalent to delta minus 1 by 2. That means if the minimum distance is given by 3, then that code can correct only one bit of error. Like now, if the case that like if it can if it can, how many bits it can detect that are in error, right? So that will be done by delta minus 1. So if the delta is 3, then it can detect up to 2-bit errors. So that is the main reason why this error correction codes are even used extensively in the TCP model also. Like if you know the communication network or computer networks, wherein we use this error correction codes for reliability purpose to understand like if there are any errors that can be corrected or detected at least, so that we can check whether the message is having the integrity or not. That comes in this application for this part. Now coming to the code parameters, like when you decide or design new codes, or like if you are planning to use coding theory for some application, then you need to know this trade-off between them. That is n, k, and d. This n is the length of the information which we have seen, and k is the length of the message, and d is the minimum distance of a given code, and q is the number of symbols in a given alphabet. Now the trade-off should be that this k should be maximum, so that the maximum amount of information need to be transmitted, and n should be slightly higher than that, but it should not too large for the application to run, and the minimum distance should also be larger so that it can correct more number of errors. So that is what the trade-off should be maintained in this case. Now coming to the code, an error correcting code or a block code of length c over a finite alphabet is a subset of sigma power n. It is a subset of sigma power n in the sense, like there is a definition that if you take any subspace of a sequence space, you can call it as a code. That is a definition of that. So if you take sigma is a field, and if you take c, that is the code, error correction code, as one of the subset of that sigma space, if it is a subspace of this sigma power n, then this code is called as a linear error correcting code or a linear code. This is how by the definition of this. So some of the simple codes is, like one is the triple repetition code, wherein the message to be transmitted will be like the message to be transmitted will be copied multiple times. That means if a bit 1 need to be transmitted, then in the triple repetition code we will make 3 copies of it and we will transmit it over the channel. If it is a double repetition code, if the message is of 1 bit, we will copy it twice and we will send it over the channel. But here how it will decode? If triple repetition code, I will take an example and I will show you that if triple 1 is transmitted, at the receiver can understand, okay, all of them are received as 1, then I will understand the message transmitted as 1. And then I will say, okay, the message transmitted is 1 and it is repeated thrice and it was transmitted. Like if suppose one of these bits gets corrupted and then it has been sent as 0, 1, 1, then also the algorithm, or by the understanding, it thinks that, okay, the majority of the bits is 1, then it will correct it and saying that the 1 was transmitted. If 2 bits are corrupted in transmission, then this algorithm will fail to decode because it cannot judge whether the message transmitted was all zeros or all ones, right? So that's why triple repetition code was not used at many places, because it is not having that great application. Now if 110 is received, like if the message transmitted was 000, if you receive a message as 110 with 2 bits corrupted, then the receiver will think that, okay, all 3 bits might have been transmitted and one of them got into error. So that is the reason in this case. That means one of the bits got corrupted and then 110 is received, so it will not decode it properly. So that's what the failure of the triple repetition code. So now you need to come up with some mechanism or something, so that like this this kind of errors can also be solved. That means like decoding failure or something like that. Now coming to the generator matrix part, this is what plays a major role in the encoding and decoding. Like this is the matrix which will be multiplied with the message word to get the encoded words. Like now, suppose say you are having some positive integers k with n with k less than n. Now this matrix will have one peculiar property if you observe over here. The first part of this matrix is an identity matrix, whereas the later part of this matrix is an augmented matrix, and the application, how we can build this part of the matrix, is the heart of the error correction code. So idea of choosing this part of the matrix very efficiently and very intelligently can give us better error correction properties. Now, like this first part of the matrix is kept as identity matrix. Why? Because like this is what is your like this length of this identity matrix will also be chosen with some idea in mind that the message bits which we are going to multiply this matrix, if it is multiplied with the identity matrix, so that bits will remain the same. That I will take an example and I will show you. So just for understanding, like to get the code word, like you can multiply a message word with the generator matrix. So if you multiply that, you will get the encoded matrix or an encoded word or encoded code word, we will get it. Similarly, from this generator matrix, yeah, just for understanding, just think that this part of the matrix is the augmented matrix and it can be represented in this way. That is, the first part is an identity matrix and the later part is the matrix A, which gives the strength for the error correction or which decides the error correction properties of the code. From the generator matrix, we can have the parity check matrix. That is, like from a given generator matrix, the parity check matrix is computed something like this. The parity check matrix is given as A transpose followed by the identity matrix. A transpose is obtained from this part of the matrix, like this part matrix, if you take it as a matrix A, and if you take the transpose of that, that will form the first part of the parity check matrix and it will be followed by the identity matrix. We will see how to compute this and what are the complexities of doing so. So the usage of parity check matrix is, this parity check matrix will help us in defining and decoding algorithm for the message that has been transmitted. So if the sender and the receiver need to be on the agreement that what is this part of the matrix that was chosen at the part of the design or fabrication, so that the both sender and the receiver will have this matrix and the sender will make the arrangement to multiply this with the message word, whereas the receiver will take the transpose of that and it will multiply with it. Like now we will see how we can propose a decoding algorithm based on this parity check matrix and then the generator. So in simple words, the generator matrix will be multiplied with the message word or the message that need to be transmitted and we will get the encoded word. Whereas in the parity check matrix, we will multiply this also with the encoded word and we will try to get the message word. How it has been done, we will see with a simple decoding scheme. So this decoding scheme, it is one of the algebraic decoding schemes, but one of the very simple techniques. It comes with a limitation. That means this parity check matrix limitation is that the parity check matrix limitation is that it should not contain a column of all zeros. So once you construct this parity check matrix, it should not contain a column of all zeros. That is first condition. And the second condition in this case is that no column of this, no two columns of this parity check matrix should be identical. Like we'll take an example and then we will see it. So once this parity check matrix satisfies this condition, then we need to compute the syndrome. That is, the syndrome will be computed by multiplying the received code word over the channel with the parity check matrix. If the resultant matrix is of a column matrix of all zeros, then there is no error has been introduced in the communication. But if it is non-zero column matrix, then we have to check what is the way to find out. Like then we will compare with the parity check matrix and then we will propose a decoding scheme. If neither of these cases occurs, then decoding cannot be performed in a reliable way. That we will see with an example. Now assume that an encoding function is written something like this, that is mapping from Z2 to Z5. That means the group is Z2 on which this encoding scheme is proposed. The Z2 will have the elements 0 and 1 and the message bit is of 2-bit length and that will be encoded into 5-bit length code word. So 2 bits is getting encoded into 5 bits and the generator matrix is given something like this. So this generator matrix construction is depending on the application. There is no hard and fast rule to do that. So the
just response, no? Before it was like more than 100 registered.
Yeah, sorry. Madam, I can't hear you. Can you please repeat? Hello?
Hello, sir. Hello?
Yeah, like some question or something?
No. I think one of the participant by mistakenly switched on.
Yeah, right. Okay, fine. Not an issue. Okay, so encoding function is given something like this, and this part of the matrix is the core of the error correction code that is defined based on the application. Now, if it is having 110 and 011, there is a mechanism to do it for depending on the application that we will take up at a later stage. But just understand that this is how the generator matrix will look like, and the first part of this is an identity matrix with 2 rows and 2 columns, and then this part is the matrix A. First, we will try to see how these code words are constructed, and then for the message words, and then what is the error correction and the error detection capacity of this code, and then like we will construct a parity check matrix, and then we will take 2 examples and find out how these can be corrected. Okay, now starting with this, like when we are defining something, some message is defined with code like or a Z2 group with 2 elements that are 0 and 1, and the message bit is of 2-bit length. What are the possible messages? 00, 01, 10, and 11 is the possible 4 possibilities of making the messages. Now I know that only 01 are the elements that are present in the group Z2, and the identity matrix with like this is the identity matrix with the 2 2 rows and 2 columns, and the augmented matrix is given something like this. Now, how do you get the code word from the message word? So one of the message words that are possible with this Z2 is like when there are only 2 bits, what are the possibilities? Either 00, 01, 10, and then 11. So if I want to encode the code word, encode the message word 01, then I will take the 01 and then I will multiply this with the generator matrix which we have taken. So I will receive 01011 as a resultant code word. So if I make this multiplication. Similarly, like if I take the other message words that are possible, that is 00 and then 10 and 11, these are the code words that are possible from this multiplication. And another important aspect is, like I was telling in the earlier of the initial part, just before this 1 or 2 slides, that why this first part of the matrix is taken as identity matrix. It is mainly to make sure that the message bits will remain the same in the resultant code word also. If you see the first 2 bits, it is the same for 01, and if you take 00, if you encode, it will be 00, and then 10, it is for initial part is 10, and here also it is 11. So now you can say that like this kind of a code which will have the initial part of their encoded code word as the message bits itself, they are called as systematic codes. That is there in a definition that they are all systematic codes. Anyways, like that we will take up later. And then from the code words which we have generated, we see that the minimum distance, what is their minimum distance? So if you take these 2 code words, what is the distance? So we know that the distance is the number of positions at which they differ. So if you compare these 2, they are differing at 3 positions. And if you take this code word and then this code word, they are also differing in 3 positions. But whereas if you take this message word and this code word and this code word, they are differing at 4 positions. But what is the minimum of all these code words? So the minimum of these distances is 3. So the code can detect, like by the definition, we can see that like if delta is 3, it can detect up to 2 errors, that is delta minus 1 errors, and it can correct up to 1 bit error. Next, we will see how we can construct the parity check matrix from this generator matrix. As you know, if you take the transpose of the augmented matrix A, you will get the first part of the parity check matrix, and the later part of the parity check matrix will be filled with the identity matrix. So I got this as my parity check matrix. Now, if the received word is 11101, then the syndrome of the same is given something like this, right? So if the parity check matrix which we constructed was this part, and this is the identity matrix. Now the message which is received was 11101. If I take the transpose of that and if I multiply them, then I will get the resultant matrix as a column matrix which will have all the elements as 0. So by the decoding algorithm, I can understand that okay, I have received the resultant, I have received everything as 0. Then I understand that okay, there are no errors in the communication. What I will do once I get this resultant column, I will compare this column with the columns of the parity check matrix. So if they are identical, then we can use the decoding algorithm. That also we will see how to use or what to do. Now coming to the next part, like now if the received code word is something like this, that is 11011, then the syndrome of this will be computed something like this. In the same way, that parity check matrix will be multiplied with the transpose of the message word, then the resultant will be 110. It is a non-zero column matrix. Then I will find out that this 110 is resembling with the first column of this parity check. So that means I understand that, okay, in the message that has been transmitted, the first bit is received in error. So I will do this comparison and then I will change this 1 to 0, and then I will understand that, okay, from this code book, I will understand that, okay, 01 was transmitted and then by mistake it was received as 11011. So I can correct up to 1 bit error. But if the more than 1 bits are corrupted, then we cannot use this decoding algorithm. Then we need to go for other sort of decoding mechanism. So this is one of the just simple example how we can correct the error. So now if an encoded word is received from the satellite or from some communication unit, then we need to first check whether the message is intact, and if there are any errors, we can correct it by this application. But it need not be the same, right? Okay. Right now, some of the popular codes that are available. Yeah, popular codes that are available and that are used in our day-to-day communication are as follows. So they are Reed-Solomon codes, Reed-Muller codes, Bose-Chaudhary, Hockingham codes, turbo codes, low-density parity check codes, fountain codes, and concatenated codes. This list is not exhaustive. It is just like a popular code based on the application. Now coming to the Reed-Solomon codes, they are very popular codes. Even without their knowledge, we are using them extensively. They are used in the CD drives. That is like earlier we used to get some CD disk, right? Wherein, like, at least in my generation, people used to carry a project report, return onto that CD disk, and we used to submit in the department after our project work. Maybe earlier generation might have used floppy disks, but we had used compact disk, that is the CD drives. If that CD drives used to have like certain number of scratches, then also we could able to get back the messages, and then we could retrieve the information. So how many bits of errors that can correct will give the error correction capability of the code. If the CD has been scratched, if CD is scratched up to certain extent, then we can read it. But if it is beyond that point, we cannot read that. So there are various techniques that have been used for decoding this Reed-Solomon codes, and then you are having the popular Sudan decoding, Guruswami Sudan decoding algorithm, which is one of the popular decoding algorithms that they showed that the Reed-Solomon codes, even if they have large number of errors, that can be decoded. So that is one of the recent, not very recent algorithm. That is one of the algorithms that showed that the error correction can even be performed beyond a certain extent, which was believed earlier. And also this Reed-Solomon codes are even used for white TV communication or the cable TV communication, wherein you are communicating with our day-to-day life, right? Cable TV network that don't have the higher level of the communication stack. That is like it don't have an application layer, transport layer and all, but still in the white space communication, we can use the Reed-Solomon codes, and that can be used even in the applications such as that can be used in the application such as cognitive radio and other applications. Now coming to the Reed-Muller code, they are also having the similar application similar to the Reed-Solomon codes, and they are extensively used in homomorphic encryption schemes, and also in computing over the ciphertext and all those techniques. These Reed-Solomon codes, Reed-Muller codes were used, and VCH codes are also having the application the same thing. And turbo codes are also extensively used in the cellular communication, which we are doing, like for example 4G networks or the long-term evolution network or the voice over LTE. All these will use the different families of the turbo codes. See, when I say that these families of codes are used, like they're like initially proposed by the mathematicians or the scientists, and then the communication engineers, they will make suitable modifications to this, and then they will use it. So turbo codes are also, some variants of these turbo codes are used, and low density parity check codes are also extensively used in similar applications of the communication. And one of the recent applications, this coding theory came to boom, like because of the storage space requirement. Like now we are using this Gmail and also like Facebook or whatever for freely, right? Even our WhatsApp, like huge amount of data that has been generated by us. Like in our emails, we will have a lot of storage, and then in our WhatsApp, we will have a lot of storage and other things. But the industry standard is to store this data at 3 locations at least, at 3 different geographical locations, so that if one of their data centers at one location goes down for some reason of natural calamities or whatever, it should be able to get back from the 2 other data centers and give the data to the end user. So now imagine a case wherein our 1 petabyte of data is been stored, then the company has to spend 3 petabytes of storage to store this data at some location. Now you can imagine how much storage requirement is there for the Facebook or even for the Gmail or the whatever for storing the data application. Now, how do you can we reduce that space? Yes, the Reed-Solomon codes provided an answer that by using the Reed-Solomon codes, you can reduce that storage space requirement by at least by half. That means instead of storing the data by 3 petabytes in 3 locations, you can store it in the encoded format at 1.5 memory type. That means like you can store it by at least by 2 petabytes in the encoded format, and whenever required, you just decode it and then use the data. So that the computation requirement is high, but the storage requirement is low in that case. So that will store a lot of that will save a lot of storage space. Now coming to the fountain codes, these are similar to our internet communication channel, wherein the if you are using an UDP application, it will send the data packets as fountains. So like if you receive minimum number of packets, you should be able to get back the original message. Next comes the concatenated kernel codes, and these concatenated kernel codes. So these concatenated kernel codes are extensively used in many applications. One of the first applications of this concatenated codes were in the satellite communication. How it was used is like the concatenated codes does not belong to any specific family of code that is obtained by combining 2 or more families of the code, or like in the initially when these concatenated codes were proposed, they were proposed by using 2 families of codes, even though like combining 2 codes were very easily people thought, but it solved 2 fundamental problems in the coding theory. One is proposed by the Shannon and the other is proposed by the Hamming. This Shannon model, in this case, like Shannon gave his source coding theorem, or the channel coding theorem, so not source coding theorem. In the channel coding theorem, what he mentioned was like if you can communicate over a channel with a rate less than the channel capacity, you will be able to achieve the reliability. You can think of a message or a data which is transmitted as a packet or as a flow of liquid. In that case, you can think that that flow of liquid, if it is less than the capacity of the channel through which it has been passing, then you can find the reliable communication or the reliable passage. Or if it is not there, that means if the rate is higher than this channel capacity, then there is chance for loss of information. So the outer code was able to do that, and the inner code could correct the errors that happens during the transmission, that is called as Hamming. Actually, this error correction codes, even though they are independently developed by the Shannon and then the Hamming, Shannon guessed that in his paper of 1949, which was published in the Bell Theories Journal, a mathematical theory of communication. He guessed the existence of the error correcting codes. That means you can use the error correcting codes and correct the errors, but he did not give an explicit model for the same. But when the Hamming proposed the error correction code, he showed that he can use the error correction codes and then correct the errors. Like somewhere I read that both of them were sharing the same office, but both of them were not aware of the work they were doing. But still, it was published, and then later they were combined and got a fruitful combination wherein we could communicate reliably, and then also with the case that it can correct itself. So Hamming's origin of this work says that when there was some errors in the message storage, because at the end of the day, these messages, whatever we have or the data which is there, it will be stored on a disk that is made up of some magnetic properties or even with some electromagnetic properties that we will retrieve the data or store onto the storage disk. Now, like if that material property been lost, then there are chances that some portion of the data will be lost. Then Hamming thought like if there is a mechanism, if there can be some technique like by which we can say that okay, this is where this can be done or it can be corrected. That is where the origin of the Hamming codes came. Then Hamming came up with a proposal, and then he proposed some Hamming codes that could correct some bit of errors. Okay, fine. Now, like having said that, like we'll move further. Like wherein codes and graphs are there. Like when you're having some codes, that codes will be represented over the graph. So when you are having a code, that is the code words which we have seen, and if it is represented over a code, we can say that that code is represented over the graph, which will be indicated by this. And some of the properties it should satisfy, like Chirsang and then Sorkin defined this as like if you are having a code, the code word that is represented over a graph, if you take the root vertex and if you reach the target vertex, that is also called as tour vertex, the path with which you traverse from the root vertex to tour vertex will give you a code word. That also we will see it in the taking an example. So just these are the definition. This is the definition you can follow, but I will just give you an example and then I will show you this. So one of the constructions of the codes can be made something like this. If you take some finite groups, that is G1 to Gn, and SBN another abelian group, and if you map the elements of this group to the identity element of this abelian group, we can call it as a kernel. Like that concept is there in the mathematics. And if you are having an homomorphism of this bits which are there, then we can call it as a kernel code. That is mu of G1, G2 up to Gn. It can be given as mu1 G1, mu2 G2 up to mu1 Gn. This homomorphism can be defined later depending on the application, but this mapping G1 up to Gn mapped to the identity element of the abelian group can be called as a kernel code by the definition. So one of the examples can be given for this kernel code, something like this. If you take the three finite groups Z2, Z3 and Z2, what are the possibilities of having the message words? See, Z2 will have the element 0, 1, Z3 will have 0, 1, 2, and Z2 will have 0, 1. So if you take the Cartesian product of that, you will get these strings like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, and all this as the Cartesian product of the elements which we will get. Now, if you proceed further, once you get the Cartesian product, and then if you can map them by defining some of the homomorphisms that are defined based on the channel as mu1 of 0, mu1 of 1 and all, that we will take up later and we'll see how they are defined. Then, like we can take some properties, if they are satisfying, we can call this as kernel code. This you can go through later how this has been constructed. But now if you can represent this kernel code with the help of a graph, then how it will look. Right. So like for that, we should have something as a triplets computation. That is what is the starting vertex and then the ending vertex. This algorithm can, this pseudocode can do that part as well within the polynomial time. Now, if you have the message words as 0, 0, 0 or 0, 1, 1, 0 to 1, 1, 0, 0 and all, if you see here from the root vertex to the tour vertex, all these forms a path. That is like if you are having a code word 0, 1, 1, you can see here that 0, 1 and 1 is a code word from the starting vertex to the end vertex. Similarly, if you take 1 to 1, 1, 2 and 1, that is also a code word which has been represented over this graph. See, the code words can be represented over the graph, but they will form the code words of a given code. But the vice versa is not true. That is, like if there can be additional paths in the trellis, that need not be, there can be additional paths in the trellis from the root to the vertex, but they need not be the code words. But whatever the code words are there, they need to be represented on the graph. Then only we can call that the graph is representing the code word. Similarly, like we can increase the additional error correction capacity of this kernel code by adding something as an outer code. So inner code, we can take the kernel code which we have defined earlier, and if we take the outer code with additional homomorphisms, then we can define an outer code. So the inner kernel will have the same code words as a kernel code, and then if we define the outer homomorphisms, then the concatenated kernel codes are defined as the images of the elements of the kernel, mu composition mu dash under the mu dash. These are all the properties that which we can define the codes. So similarly, if you take the outer homomorphisms and then if you take the bits and add the additional bits to the previously constructed kernel codes, you will get this as the code words. Now these code words should also be represented over the trellis. So if you see here that 0, 1, 1, 1 and then 0, this is a code word. And if you take all zeros, that is also a code word. And then 1 to 1 double 0, if you take 1, 2, 1 and double 0, that is also a code word. So if you take this part as one section, from here to here one section and here to here one section, then like even you can represent this with a time axis that okay, the first bit to be transmitted is 0 and then 0, 0, 0. Otherwise like 1, 1, 1, like that also you can map and you can perform the decoding algorithm. But here the important aspect is like you can represent a code word using a graph that is a trellis of nature. So you can define additional properties of this trellis as well. So if the edges that are starting from this vertex, if they are uniquely labeled, then it is called as proper. That property is called as proper. Similarly, if you reverse the direction of the edges, then also if they are uniquely labeled, then it is called as co-proper. So this trellis is both proper and then co-proper. Then if it is satisfying both two properties, then it is called as biproper. Similarly, there are some system theoretic properties like 1-to-1 and then the 1-to-1 and also the minimal proper. Just since all of you are from computer science background, I will give you one connection between this minimal proper and then the automata. So if this code word is represented, on this graph, like is there any possibility of having more than one representation for this graph? Yes, that is obviously possible for more than one representation for a given code word to be represented on a graph. But if you use the minimization technique, like wherein you are having the minimal DFA, right? So similar technique, if you observe over here and apply over here, minimization of the DFA technique, assuming that these are all the states of the finite automata, then the trellis which is obtained, that is minimal in nature, will be unique. The same property will be even carried over here. Now we will see how we can define as an fundamental cut set and how fundamental circuit theorem can be applied from the graph theory, and we can obtain the security feature. So just to give an overview, this fundamental cut set is like if you get a spanning tree from a given graph, and if you perform a cut over any of the edge of the spanning tree, that form the cut set element, fundamental cut set element. So if you take that cut set element and if you take the spanning tree of the given graph, and if you add that cut set element, it will form a circuit that will form a fundamental circuit. And this fundamental cut set and fundamental circuit will have only meaning with respective spanning trees with no others. So when you are having this uniqueness, you can use this for defining some of the like security features as well. Now assume that like you are having this trellis which we have constructed previously, and the trellis states are represented something like this. So one of the spanning trees for this labeled trellis is this one, wherein like it is following the properties of the spanning tree, that is that there are no cycles and all the nodes in the trellis are connected. Now if you perform a cut over any of the edge in this spanning tree, that will give us the fundamental cut set that can be communicated with the receiver, and they can verify some of the edges. Like for example, if you see this spanning tree, it is representing the code word 0, 2, 1, 0 and then a 1, right? Similarly, if you take this application, this spanning tree, it will show 0, 1, 1, 1 and then 0 as a code word that has been represented over the spanning tree. Now if I observe a cut over here in this spanning tree, then I can make sure that it will give me two cut set elements that are BD and then CE. That is from the properties of this fundamental cut set. So once I get that cut set element, and then if I connect them in the spanning tree, that is for BD and then CE will be the cut set elements. So if I combine this BD and then I will get a circuit that is BD and then a B. The other cut set element is CE. So if I compare or if I join the CE or construct the fundamental circuit, it will form a fundamental circuit BCEDB. So if I compare these two circuits, that is BDB and then BCEDB, I will see that BD is an authentic edge that is present in both the fundamental circuit. So that will give me the confidence that, okay, this is the cut set element which was obtained from this particular spanning tree, then I can authenticate that at the receiver side. So now if you take other spanning tree of this graph, like because there are various possibilities are there for this spanning tree. So if I take anything other than this, then the cut set element will be different and also the fundamental circuit will be different, and I won't be able to like authenticate the edges. So like this, you can even use it. Now, like how do you test that? Okay, now theoretically it was so good. Like now, how do you implement and then show it? So we have performed ciphertext only attack, related key attack, and then the man in the middle attack. And this work was implemented on a workstation. So like this is the typical scenario where you can give the performance of an error correction code in the terms of bit error rate by EB by N0 graph. So when you plot this, when the kernel code was transmitted, so it was not having that much good error correction capacity. But by the using of the concatenated kernel code, the correction capacity is increased by 0.5 dB, but that is not great, but it is fine because we are using it over the groups. That is one thing. And now in the case of this, like when we are defining some crypto system based on that kernel code by representing on the graph and by taking the fundamental cut set in the fundamental circuits, like in this case, like we were able to get when we injected some spanning trees, like physically, means we are injected some dummy spanning trees into it. Like you can need this color difference. So this is for the kernel code, and this is red one is for the concatenated kernel code, and the other two were the dummy spanning trees that were added to the system. Now my system should make sure that these dummy spanning trees are being rejected. So I like try to see that, and then like I can make out the ratio of the accepted spanning trees. Like when I make the attacks, or like when I use the fundamental cut set and circuit theorem, I can see that the dummy spanning trees which were injected were rejected by the system, and then the ones which are authentic is been accepted by the system, but with the challenge that with very high like noise to signal ratio, it was been corrupted. That is anyhow with any signal that is possible. So by using coding theory, we can even show that we can perform reliably by using the concatenated kernel codes, and also we can do it securely by using the fundamental cut set and the fundamental circuits theorem as well. Okay, now another application we will see it. And then, yeah. Now coming to the authentication protocol, how it has been proposed based on the coding theory. Just take this notation wherein K is the shared secret key and C is a linear error correcting code which is defined over the field with n elements and defined over the alphabet with symbols Q, and the code word is defined with small c, and the C is a member of this linear error correcting code, and CRC is the cyclic redundancy checksum which we use it, and the RS is the random number that is generated at the sender, and the RR is the random number that is generated at the receiver. And then this is the concatenation operation, and this is the XOR operation which we may be knowing. Now, how we can use this authentication protocol, or how we can propose this based on the coding theory that we can see over here. Now, coming to this point, like now assume that there are both senders and receiver, they will have their respective shared key. That is, the shared key is common to both. That means sender and receiver will move it. And this random numbers are generated separately by the sender and then the receiver. And the sender side, it will compute SS independently of the receiver, whereas receiver will also compute SR independently of the sender. Now, like both of them will exchange this computed words SS and SR. That means they are not sharing the random number they have generated, but they are taking the SS by performing the XOR operation with the shared secret key. Then the sender and the receiver will generate the SR. Sorry, it will compute the RR and then RS respectively at the sender and then the receiver. Now, what is the application of that we will see. Now, sender, while sending the encoded code word, he will take the RS, that is the random number generated at it, and then it will XOR with the error correction code that will be used to communicate the message. So it has been XORed, and then it will be transmitted over the communication channel. E1 will be communicated. Now this E2, whatever is there, it will act as an E2 will act as a shared secret key between the sender and the receiver. So this E2 will be shared separately with the receiver, either you can think of an alternate channel. How it will be performed? It will take the CRC of the code word and the random number that is generated at the sender and the random number that is generated at the receiver, but it has also been computed by the sender. So this will be separately transmitted to the receiver, but E1 will be transmitted over the channel. Now, as soon as the receiver receives E1, it will try to decode it similar to any error correction code by correcting the errors, and it will obtain a code word. Now, this code word, like there is an advantage or an intelligent technique. We have exploited the principle of the coding theory over here. What we have done is, like, intelligently we have added this random number with the code word similar to the noise once we obtain the code word. So the receiver should correct that and it should obtain the original code word. But how do we authenticate that it is the same thing which has been transmitted? For that, we can compute this. Like, once we get the code word, we will concatenate with the shared secret key of the sender and then the receiver, and we will compute this sum, and then we will check whether this E2 is similar to E3, right? If there are same, then we can authenticate that, okay, this is what the actual message that has been sent from the sender, and if it is not same, then it can reject. This is how it can be used. That is one of the simplest protocols that can be proposed over this coding theory, right? Yeah, fine. So, yeah, sir, like, how much time do I have? Just I wanted to know. How much more time I have? So, Ramkrishna sir or ma'am?
Hello?
Yeah, how much more time I'm having?
Sir, we can take, sir. Still 15 minutes are there, sir.
Okay, fine. Right. So the authentication. So one more application we will see is by how we can use the reliability and security in the WSN, that is the wireless sensor networks. And we know that wireless sensor networks are used in a variety of applications. So how we can use the coding theory in that application to coding theory in the wireless sensor networks to achieve the reliability and then security. Now, coming to this point, Tamo and Barg had constructed optimally locally recoverable codes with small repairing set to reconstruct the data at the failed nodes, that we will see what exactly it is. And then, like, if we can combine this long free key distribution technique with the Tamo and Barg construction, we can get the security as well. To get the concept of decentralized erasure coding, it need not be limited to the wireless sensor networks. Even this can be given in the context of even communication network or the storage networks. Like, if you are having sensor nodes that are K sensor nodes are there, and the message that has been sensed at these K nodes can be stored at N nodes in the encoded packets. So whenever there is a requirement or whenever there is a chance that some information is lost at one of the nodes, then it can access the neighboring K nodes and get back the information at the failed nodes and then reconstruct the message. So now, if you observe this figure, what is the takeaway from this? Is like, there are K nodes which are performing the sensing operation. So if you store this data in N nodes in this, that will be in the encoded formats. You can contact any K nodes and get back the information. Any K in the sense it can be like this portion or whatever hierarchy you can follow. No, not hierarchy. Whatever way you want to construct, you can do that and you can get it. So one of the advantages of doing that is it will reduce the hotspot error. Hotspot error in the sense, if you're having some node as a gateway node, all these nodes will send the information to that particular node. As a result, the energy dissipation at that node will become high. So we can use this error correction code and we can make this injection node at any point so that can retrieve the information from the neighboring nodes and get the information. So mathematically, we can give this encoding operation similar to the previously defined one, wherein you will take the packet of information that will be multiplied with the generator matrix, and we will get the encoded packet, and that encoded packets will be stored in the place of this storage network. So we can access any K of them and we can get back the messages. Now, this locality is a concept in which, like, how many of these nodes are required to reconstruct a message censored or like stored by these K nodes, right? That can be a fraction of these nodes, that is called as locality. And this codes with small locality is preferred. Like, now, if imagine, like, this is a server which is streaming some of the data. If this is lost and this is lost, instead of constructing this by again replacing them with the other ones, you can just take the data from the neighboring nodes and you can reconstruct the messages at those nodes. Now, if the code satisfies this rate and the distance properties, then we can call it as optimal locally recoverable codes. So once we have the optimal locally recoverable codes, and then if you use the Bloom's authentication protocol, at the same time you can use the security as well as reliability application. You can get it reliability by using the error correction capacity of the code, that is the optimal recoverable codes, and then the authentication by using this Bloom's authentication protocol. Now, if you see the reliability and security aspect, by using the optimal locally recoverable codes, the network load was very low compared to the Reed-Solomon codes. So by this optimal local recoverable code, the average IO that is sent on the error recovery, it was lower. And then even the ratio of error count for the transmitted packet when it was mapped versus the SNR, then also this optimal LRC has performed well. So you can say that by using this optimal LRC, even we can achieve both reliability and then the security. So now what are the research trends and then the applications that do exist in this area, right? So these error correction codes are as I told, for the different applications, they are evolving. So we can think of developing some new codes or new algebraic structures with increased error correction capability. That is one thing. And then it can be also used in coding based cryptography, wherein we can use fully homomorphic encryption and other techniques. If you can combine that with the coding theory, can we get better results? And also coding theory for storage systems, it has been extensively used in Facebook and also in the Google. You can find out by searching coding theory for Facebook. You can find a lot of papers on that, and then you can see where you can use new codes for that. And similarly, for coding for the blockchain is also another application which is coming up. Why? Because this blockchain will have a lot of nodes in that, and for any transaction to get involved in the chain, you have to authenticate that with the help of these full nodes. These full nodes will have a lot of memory requirement, of the order of 400 GB or more. So if those nodes can be encoded and then stored, then we can reduce the storage consumption even in the full nodes case, in the case of a blockchain. Similarly, coded caching is another application wherein whenever you access a cache, it will have some information that has been recently accessed by the users. So if we can use the coding theory there and we can have the encoded information of the caches accessed, then we can increase the cache memory, wherein in the limited space by the encoding thing, so that we can decode it and we can say that okay, this was the frequently accessed application by the users. So these are all the references which I had used for preparing this talk. I will share it with the organizers that you can see, and then you can get into this application. So now, if any questions are there, I would be happy to take quickly. So without affecting the time of the others by the participants.
Participants, the session is open for discussion. If you have any questions, you can ask the resource person. There are a few questions in the chat box as well. I'll be listing out that in the meanwhile. So the first question is how to choose encoding and decoding function. How can we choose the encoding and decoding function?
It is depending on the application which we are choosing. Like now, if it is in satellite communication, it can be something different wherein we require large error correction capacity. If it is in wireless sensor network, their large error correction need not be useful. Why? Because we have smaller nodes which can process an IoT kit. So in that case, it can be different. So like that, we can design that depending on the application.
Okay, so the next question is
how the minimum distance is calculated
between code.
Yeah, I think that has been that was mentioned in one of the slides. By taking the distance between all the set of the code words that have been existing in a code book, and then taking the minimum among that will form the minimum distance code. And the next question is OTP is generated using code word? No, OTP is not generated using code word, but for that different mechanism is there, something called as a hash book or can be used for that. Okay, how I am, next question is like I am willing to do research in the area of coding theory, how I should proceed, how should I proceed? So you can refer to some of the recent papers that are like appeared in the GlobeCom or International Conference on Communications or ISIT. Like there is a conference that is by name ISIT that is conducted every year, that is exclusively the papers that are related to this area, that is information theory, and then the coding theory are published every year. That also you can refer to. That is the International Symposium on Information Theory, and then you can start by taking the recent papers and reading what are the advantages and disadvantages of that. It's similar to any other research area. And for the textbook, if you want to start with, there is a book by Mathematical Theory of Error Correction Codes by Todd K. Moon that you can refer to. That is one of the good book to start with, like to understand this area. By like error correction coding, the book title is something like Error Correction Coding, Mathematical Methods and Algorithms by Todd K. Moon. You can start reading from that book, then you can slowly switch to the research areas. To starting with, that book is very good.
Participants, any other queries? Pavan Kumar sir, I request you to provide your mail ID in the chat box. So if the participants have any query, they can.
Yeah, sure. I will share the slides.
Forward the questions to you.
It is having, I guess, my email ID, that they can use it. Yeah. If I'm not wrong, yeah, it is there. This is the mail ID that you can like you can write to me anytime. And also, like, just I forgot to mention, like our institute, as informed by the organizers, is an institute of national importance, and we do offer internships for the students apart from the BTech program we do conduct. Like we have 2 BTech programs. Sorry, now 3 BTech programs are there. One is in the computer science and engineering, and the other is in electronics and communication engineering, and one more is in data science and artificial intelligence. Apart from the PhD programs, we do have in the IT allied areas, and also we take students for the internship. Students can take it up even remote internship, and then based on the mutual consent with the faculty, they can do it from their place. Like as you know, this pandemic has opened new avenues to explore, so that also they can do it. So like if anyone of you are interested in referring to your students or someone, you can just write to me, or also our colleagues. They will be like happy to respond and help you or the students.
We'll definitely get back to you, sir. Thank you.
So if any other doubts are there, please let me know.
I would like to inform the participants that the PPT will be shared at the end of the session. That is after the 6 days refresher program. All the PPTs of all the resource person will be shared to a mail ID. And regarding the attendance link, the attendance is generated automatically through Zoom application. We have the attendance of all the participants. Thank you, sir. Pavan sir, it was really informative. Our knowledge about coding theories enhanced from your presentation. We look forward to have more sessions from you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And also sorry participants and the organizers for the initial hiccup that led to some delay in the program starting. So sorry for that, because it was not intentional. Please, please accept my apologies for this.
No problems. It's completely okay. Thanks. Participants, the afternoon session will begin at 2 p.m. We'll rejoin at 2 using the same link.
Thank you.
The next session will be from Dr. Jyoti Shetty, and the topic is Introduction to AI and ML. It will start at 2 p.m. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Can I log out? I think I can log out, I guess, right?
Yes, sir, you can log out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
ಹಣ ಉಂಟಾ? ಹಣ ಉಂಟಾ? ನಾನು ಹಣ ತಗೋ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ 35 ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಪೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಮಂಡೆ ಅದು ನೀವು ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್
The session will start at 2 o'clock. Excuse me, session will start at 2 o'clock. Any queries?
Hello, sir. Session starts at 2 o'clock afternoon.
A very good afternoon to all the participants. We shall be starting the session in a short while. There is a technical issue in sharing the file, so we have a delay. We'll be starting in a short while. I request everyone to keep logged in.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank
Can
you.
share the screen, ma'am?
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. You just need to go for the slideshow. Yes, ma'am. Shall we start the session, ma'am?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay.
Okay, ma'am. We'll start the session, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We now have a session by Dr. Jyoti Shetty, HOD, CSE, NMAMIT NITTE. The session will be on the topic Introduction to AI and ML. I will now provide a brief biodata of the resource person, Dr. Jyoti Shetty. Dr. Jyoti Shetty obtained a bachelor's degree in computer science and engineering from NMAM Institute of Technology, NITTE. She pursued her MTech in computer science and engineering from NITK Surathkal and PhD from VTU Belagavi. She's currently working as a professor at NMAM Institute of Technology, heading the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. She has 23 years of teaching experience in both PG and UG level. Her areas of interest include natural language processing, image processing, machine learning, deep learning, cloud computing, distributed computing. She has more than 25 research papers and articles in the field of computer science and engineering, which have been published in Scopus, Web of Science, and other indexed conference proceedings and journals. She is also a reviewer for reputed journals and books in her field. She holds the membership in professional societies like ISTE and IEEE. We are glad to have you with us, ma'am. I request you to take over the session.
Thank you. So sorry for the delay. Because of a few network issues, I could not start on time. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the principal of CIT and the organizers of this refresher course for giving me an opportunity to be the resource person in this course. And the today's topic, as you all know, it is Introduction to AI and ML. And so as I am not a very good researcher actually in this field, but whatever work I have done that is related to this field itself. So whenever when the Professor Ramakrishna told me about this refresher course, I thought I'll select this field itself. So this is a general topic and it is not related to my research work, like it is not from my research work. I have taken the topics from the net and I have referred few books, then a few papers. So first of all, I would like to acknowledge all those people. So let me start this topic. As this topic says, it is Introduction to AI and ML. And all of you know that this AI is a buzzword. Hope my screen is visible to you.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. Please,
Yeah.
can you put the slideshow, ma'am? Yes, ma'am, it is
Yeah.
clear.
Okay. Yeah, as all of you know, this AI is a buzzword. Now everybody is talking about AI. As all of you know, AI is a broad branch of computer science. It is the ability of computer to do tasks that are usually done by humans because they require human intelligence. So goal of AI is to create systems that can function intelligently and independently. So if we think that we are not using AI, then we have to think again because we use AI in lot of invisible ways. So such as every time when you use a search engine or when you use facial recognition to unlock your mobile, or whenever you tell your home assistant to play the latest album, or whenever we use Google Map for navigation, or when we use commercial site like Amazon, Flipkart. So we are using applications of AI. So these are all the applications of AI. And even though people started talking about this in the recent years, AI had an existence of many years. So when I was doing my engineering in 90s, even I studied AI as a subject in the 7th semester. But it was in existence much before that. So even though that concept was given long ago, it was just a theory. This was theory due to lack of hardware facilities. Actually, the idea was there, but they were not able to implement that due to lack of hardware facilities. So artificial intelligence, this has recently experienced a real boom due to the advancement in hardware technologies. With the beginning of modern deep learning, we have gained a real insight into AI-driven technologies in practice. So, if you want to look at the history of AI, we have to go back to the time of Second World War. During the Second World War, you can see here there are like I have mentioned few years here, which are the important years for AI. Now, during the Second World War, German forces were sending few messages securely using a code called Enigma. So noted British computer scientist Alan Turing worked to crack this code. So Alan Turing, you may be heard of his name in automata theory concept. We learn a Turing machine, which actually represents the working of modern computer system. So that concept, the Turing machine concept, was given by Alan Turing. This person, this scientist, and his team created a machine that was used to decipher the messages sent by the Russian forces. So that machine is called as bomb machine. So the Enigma and that bomb machines laid the foundations for machine learning. So Turing also mentioned about a test called the Turing test. That test was just to check whether the machine can think like a human or not. So during that time, even they have used natural language processing concepts and all. So that was not that much effective due to the hardware constraints. But anyhow, during that time itself, that thought was there. Like in 1950s, Alan Turing, in his paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, he raised the question, can machines think? That means in 1950s itself, they thought of this, like can machines think? But actually this word, that is artificial intelligence, that was coined in 1956. So there is a paper, a proposal for the Dartmouth Summer Research Project on artificial intelligence. In this word has been coined. So the research paper, in this research paper, actually this research paper was written in 1955, but this was presented in 1956 conference. John McCarthy, he is the American computer scientist who presented this paper in 1956. So we can say that in 1956, this artificial intelligence term was first coined. So this was referred by John McCarthy in the conference of 1956. So after that, after 1956, like many research centers were interested in this research because they found it very, very interesting. And like many government agencies started funding this AI research. Like many researchers were working under this. So despite of this well-funded efforts for several decades, the computer scientists found it very difficult to create intelligence machine. Now we know that to be successful in any AI application, the processing, like we need to process large amount of data, right? To do that, we need large amount of memory also, and like very good processing power. During that those days, it was very, very difficult to have all those facilities. So because of that, all the AI related research was failure. So governments, agencies, those were funding for these research, they were losing faith in AI. So therefore, we can say that after 1960, maybe in mid 1970s to 1990, computer scientists actually had a shortage of funding for AI research. Nobody was ready to fund for AI research. So due to that, we call that period as AI winters. So in after that, in 1997, IBM developed a machine, Deep Blue, which defeated the world chess champion Gary Kasparov. So after that, improvements in computer hardware, and that initiated machine learning research. Then we have seen that exponential growth in the machine learning research. In past 15 years, Amazon, Google, Baidu, and other companies have contributed a lot to this machine learning research. So even though we say, like history says that this AI, this word was coined in the 1950s, the similar idea we can find in mythology also. This is a book. This is a book by Andrin Mayer, who is also a fellow at Center for Advanced Study in Behavioral Sciences. This is a fascinating untold story of how our ancients imagined about robots and other forms of artificial life. So this book actually speaks about a man, like he is a metal man, Talos, and he is a giant bronze metal man. So purpose of the creation of this is to protect the island. So he used to throw stones to the enemy ships. So this is during those days itself, people imagined this kind of thing, like robots. So Mayer says that there are several other, like even in 700 BC also, people thought about these robots. So there may be similar ideas in our mythology too. So we can say that from ancient time itself, people thought about this artificial intelligence concept. So based on the intelligence that we expect from the machines, AI can be broadly classified as three types. Few people refer this as types of AI, and few say that it is levels of AI. But I have listed these things as types of AI. So I have listed three types: weak AI, strong AI, and super AI. Weak AI is also called as narrow AI. Narrow AI or artificial narrow intelligence. Weak AI refers to any AI that focuses on doing one task really well, like applying AI only to specific task. So idea behind this weak AI is not to mimic or replicate human intelligence, but rather it is to simulate human behavior. So Alexa, we all know about that. That is a very good example of narrow intelligence. And many other applications we are dealing with, face verification or Google Maps, all can be considered as the applications of weak AI. So we know that weak AI is nowhere near matching human intelligence. Uh, and in this weak AI, actually, we are not trying that. Actually, we are not trying to match the human intelligence. The next level of AI is a strong AI. It is called as artificial general intelligence. Strong AI refers to AI that exhibits human level intelligence. We assume that if we build a system like this, so it can understand, think, and act the same way as a human might act in any given situation. So in theory, then anything a human can do, even this strong AI can do. So we don't yet have any strong AI. So whatever applications we have now, we assume that all those applications come under weak AI. So we haven't yet reached to this level, strong AI. It exists only in theory. And there are few experts who doubt that artificial intelligence, actual real, like strong AI kind of artificial intelligence is not possible. So next level of AI is super AI. Super AI is like it can do everything. Like it is a machine that can do everything. It is best at everything, like maths, science, maybe medicine, hobbies, anything. Even if you consider the highest to human minds, that cannot come close to the abilities of super AI. Now it is actually a hypothetical situation. I can say that, like, we have not yet reached the strong AI, so we can say that the super AI is it is just a hypothetical situation, which is depicted in some movies or scientific fiction books like that. So like these are like most of so these are the different types of AI, or we can say the levels of AI. So if we say, like, whenever we say AI, now here also in this topic, I have related AI with the ML. So AI concepts need not be always implemented using ML. Actually, we have two major techniques in AI. One is logic and rule-based technique, and the second approach is machine learning or pattern-based approach. So in a rule-based approach, actually there will be some fixed rules, and we have to follow those rules, fixed rules, and there will be some knowledge base, and there will be some logic written for that knowledge base, and we have to use the inference rules to infer new things. So rule-based expert system is an example for the early AI systems, right? You might have you might have seen about this particular concept, expert system. You might have taught this to the students. This is the concept. We can say that this is an early artificial intelligence system. So here there will be an inference engine and the knowledge base, and whatever query user gives, that that inference engine will refer the knowledge base and it will infer the things and it will try to answer the queries. Okay, that result will be given to the non-expert user, but knowledge base will be built based on the expert user's advice. So based on the expert user, like there must be expert user must give the input, and based on the expert user's advice itself, this knowledge base can be constructed. And the inference engine, suppose user wants to, like if this machine wants to answer something, then it has to refer the knowledge base and it may have to infer new things, and that information will be given back to the user. This also we can say that it's a part of AI. Now the question is which one we should use. Now we have machine learning based system and rule based system. Like which one we should use. Now always we cannot say that machine learning based approach itself is good, but nowadays we have observed that in most of the AI applications machine learning based methods are used. But when our outcomes, number of outcomes is small or fixed, or if it is risk associated with errors is too high, or whenever we feel that ML approach is implementing ML approach is not feasible, these rule-based approaches can be used. So, but as this session title says, it is Introduction to AI and ML. I'll give more importance to ML rather the rule-based system. AI is a bigger concept to create intelligent machine that can simulate human thinking capability and behavior, whereas machine learning can be considered as a subset of AI. Okay, so machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence, which enables machine to learn from past data or experience. So this machine learning, as I said, it is the subfield of artificial intelligence that gives computers the ability to learn without explicitly being programmed. And Thermal W. Maloney, he is founding director of MIT Center for Collective Intelligence. He says that just in last 5 or 10 years, machine learning has become a critical way. That is the most important way the most parts of AI are done. Nowadays, people use these terms AI and ML, machine learning, almost as synonymous. Like most of the current advances in AI are involved in machine learning. When companies today deploy artificial intelligence programs, they are most likely to be using machine learning concepts. So that's why always AI is related to machine learning, and we know that now VTU also has started a new branch, AI and machine learning. So when we say machine learning, AI and machine learning, we cannot say that AI is the only way to use machine learning is the only way to use AI, but using machine learning, it is possible to achieve some goals. Okay, but only machine learning is not an AI. So if we look at this machine learning based approach, so machine learning starts with the data. Data means it may be numbers, photos, text. It may be anything like bank transactions, or repair records, or sales reports, or data from sensors. That can be anything. So as a human being also, everything that we observe is called as data, right? But the data that we use in machine learning is not just data, it has some hidden patterns. So finally, this machine learning has to process the hidden patterns, right? Now humans, like in general, if you consider any animals, we are automatically pattern recognizers. Like we human beings are structured for patterns, whereas if you consider machines, they are structured for logic or calculation. Now we have to change this human kind of setting to machine setting. We have to make machine to recognize the pattern, but we know that human beings are good at recognizing the patterns, but now we have to change that cognitive setting to the machine's setting. right? And we also know that human beings are cumulative. That means they learn from experience, but machines are not. So main goal of machine learning is to make system to recognize the patterns and make system to learn from experience. See, for example, we try to identify any human being based on different features, like maybe his height or his face features. Then we unknowingly, our mind tries to remember all those features. When we see him again, we can recognize that person. So the goal of machine learning is also to build such machine which can recognize the patterns, and it can learn from experience. So in the machine learning, we can say that these features or the patterns are very, very essential. Now, if you see the rice, now we can immediately recognize, okay, this is boiled rice, this is white rice. So we recognize it based on the features, right? Like that maybe its color or its size based on smell. Like there are a few features based on which we try to recognize this. Any problem to the programmer or the developer of the machine learning to say that these are the features. So domain knowledge is also very, very important. It is very, very important to identify the features. High quality of decision in any machine learning approach can be taken using high quality and prominent features. So even though machine learning deals with the data, it starts with the data. So we can say that finally its goal is to identify the patterns. So machine learning algorithm takes a large amount of data, and that data is gathered and prepared and used for training data. And some people say that more data, the better the program, right? But some researchers also say that rather than the quantity of the data, richness or the diversity of data is more important than the amount of data. Because even we have observed, like when we collect the data, and if we say that data belongs to same class, we have faced like a class imbalance problem and all, right? Even if you have large amount of data and that all data belongs to the same class, then we may have to deal with the class imbalance problem. So many researchers say that the quality of data, like richness and diversity of data, is more important than the amount of data. So from there, once we gather all the data, then from there, the developer will choose the machine learning model, and he'll supply this data, and he'll train the model so that it can identify the patterns and it can make decisions. So what we can say here is finally, the machine learning is a science of getting computers to learn. Okay, it is a science in which we make computers to identify the patterns and learn from experience. And also we can say that this machine learning is done for one task. Okay, it is not a multitasker, but as a human being, we are multitasker. So most of the machine learning tasks are like, it is for single task. Machine learning models are for single tasks, not like human beings. And with this introduction, let me give the different types of machine learning. As all of you know, there are three main types: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. So majority of applications, majority of practical problems are, they use supervised learning. Now you can see here in this diagram, this represents supervised learning. Here you can see data is given with the labels, right? Labeled data, that means some information is already given, labeled data is given. And so based on that, some model is built, and if input is given, that model can say whether it is duck or not. So this kind of learning is supervised learning, wherein input given is labeled one, data is labeled. Now this is an example of unsupervised learning. So in this diagram, you can see that data is not labeled, right? If you compare the previous example with this example, now we can see here that data is not labeled. And what happens here is based on the similar features, this model will group the elements into different categories based on the similar features. Now, for example, like if participants from different colleges in a workshop, initially in the first day, we can treat all of them as one group of participant. Later, maybe during breaks, what happens? Now there'll be several groups formed, right? Maybe based on their location, based on their language, based on their interest. Similarly here, initially the lot of unlabeled data is given as a group. Then based on the similarity, the different groups will be made. Okay, identical elements will be grouped together. So basically we can say that in case of unsupervised learning, data is not labeled. Okay, it is not labeled. And next, one more type of learning that comes under machine learning is reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning this is one kind of model which works based on rewarding the desired behaviors or punishing undesired behavior. It is almost similar to, it mimics the human behavior. So we can compare this to the human learning ability, this reinforcement learning. So let us see, like suppose like let us see how human learn to cycle. Like cycling is actually a skill, right? It nobody can teach that. We only have to learn, so it has to be learned by experiencing. Like humans, we are capable to do that, but while learning, what happens, we may fall or we may reach the destination that we wanted to reach. So if we fall, we take it as punishment, right? We may get hurt and we take it as punishment, and we will not repeat the things that we have done which will lead to these punishments, right? And similarly, if we reach destination, we consider it as reward, and the same balancing skill we may use later because we know that we have reached the destination. So we'll try to balance the same way, which leads to reward. So reinforcement learning actually mimics this manner of learning, like how human being learn the new things. Maybe the child learns to walk initially, the same manner. Okay, in the same manner, this reinforcement learning also works. That is, it is based on the rewards and the punishments. So these are the three types of learning. Now, so artificial intelligence is not just about the machine learning, and we have so many concepts here in artificial intelligence. We can say here in this diagram, you can see that machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. And here we have several other concepts, like artificial intelligence has core technologies like computer vision and natural language processing, then speech recognition, robotics. We cannot treat all these as independent domains. They may be related. Like in robotics, even computer vision may be used, natural language processing may be used. And in all these technologies, like machine learning methods may be used to do to achieve the goals. So we cannot treat all these as independent things. They are correlated, but we cannot just say that machine learning is the only thing that is available in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, like here I have not included expert system. We can include that also. Artificial intelligence has that concept also. So these are the different technologies that we have in artificial intelligence. And so actually that match like whatever things that we have seen here, this actually diagram matched our expectations, like what we expect system to perform. Like we expect system to perform everything that human do. Like we can see something, so to achieve that we need computer vision, and human can read and write which if we want machine to do that, the NLP concepts are used, and human can speak and listen to communicate with each other. And so that's why we use speech recognition. We want computer to do that, and we use speech recognition. And we can stand, like we can roam around the environment, move around. So we try to build robotics. Okay, and humans can see things, and he is able to distinguish, like pattern recognition. So that's why machine learning. But now we have learned that machines are good at doing this. So a pattern, humans are automatically, when we see, we recognize the pattern unknowingly, we recognize the patterns. But now after a lot of research in machine learning, now we have learned that machines are also good at doing this. Let me start with this first technology, that important part of field of artificial intelligence, that is computer vision. So sight is one of the most fascinating of the human senses. Since the beginning of computers, so humans have been trying to build machines that can mimic human visualization concept. So we can see that actually this research in this area has started in 1966. Actually, in 1966, one American scientist, he's a co-founder of MIT AI Labs. His name is Marvin Minsky. He received a summer grant. He received summer grant to hire one student, first year undergraduate student. So he has taken one student. His name is Gerald Sussman, and he spent his summer linking camera to the computer and getting the computer to describe what it saw. It has to capture the images and it has to describe what. So we can relate it to computer vision. But unfortunately, that student did not make the deadline. Could not finish the things before deadline. So during that time, lot of challenges were there. The main constraint was hardware. Okay, to do this, a lot of data is required and processing power is required. So during that time, he could not do that. So not only not only in that year, even for more than 4 decades, people could not achieve anything in this computer vision. But nowadays, computer vision is very popular. It is very popular field. A lot of research is going on this computer vision, and it enables computers and system to derive meaningful information from digital images, maybe videos, and other visual systems. By 2022, people say that the computer vision and hardware market is expected to reach $48.6 billion. So it is very popular. So these are the different tasks of computer vision, like classification, localization, and object detection. And many researchers are working in this object detection. Even we have worked, our students have worked in this topic, object detection and instance segmentation. These are the different components of that, these the different tasks of that. You can see this is one of the famous application wherein it can detect all the objects. So this pre-trained model can be used. So our students have used this pre-trained model to train their own videos and identify objects in those videos and caption those objects. And these are the computer vision includes all these things. And nowadays, the important thing, as we know, the computer vision is very popular and a lot of research is going on this field. But nowadays, the inspection system has become very, very popular, which uses computer vision concept. So inspection system is not only the inspection system, a lot of research is going on in biomedical image analysis also and video analytics. So these are the 3 areas in computer vision wherein a lot of research is going on. Inspection system is an area of ever increasing importance in the computer vision industry, where we inspect newly made parts or parts that have come in for servicing, for manufacturing or for operational defects such as pits, dents, cracks. It will identify all those things. So any signs. So you can see here, this shows the production belt, wherein if there is some defect that computer vision system has to identify instead of manual detection. Now system has to identify a crack and then it has to separate that. Okay, so automatically that has to be done. So visual inspection is popular now. You can see it can be done in several things, like here in automobile parts, to inspect automobile parts for detection defects, and it can say that, okay, here screw is missing, here this is missing. Okay, so that kind of messages will be given for that. And even to detect defects in VLSI wafers or in the cards, to inspect the cards for surface defects. So you human beings may not be involved in all these tasks. So if we have a machine to do that, it can identify all these things, these defects, and it can say that like whatever the future action that can be referred by the machines itself. And you can see here inside this also, it can say like different screws, connectors, wires, everything it can identify. It involves, now we can see it involves the analysis, lot of analysis it involves. And there are several industries, many industries make use of such visual inspection. And nowadays like this, now it says, okay, it inspects everything and it says everything is proper and status is okay. So that kind of system some industries are using. These are applications of computer vision, and in many industries this visual inspection is used, like automobile parts or in electronic parts to build the materials. So many places in the medical field, in so many places this visual inspection can be used to identify so many things. So we know that now, see, these two images tells that our eye is not perfect. So it may sometimes this shows the weaknesses of our visual system, right? Human eye. Now it is like machine learning algorithms are able, people say that now machine learning algorithms are able to find data patterns that a human could not. So in many industries are interested to use this visual inspection rather than using human beings to do that. So this is one important area in computer vision, wherein a lot of research is going on, and industries are also using these applications. And computer vision on edge computing is one more area, because edge computing also a lot of research is going on. And here the computer vision and edge computing, those concepts combined together is also, many researchers are working in this field. The top researcher in this field, this paper, Andrew Zezerman paper, it is, you can see like if you can go to this paper and you see his Google Scholar citation. So I think around now it might have reached 60,000. One paper has more than 60,000 citations. So you can imagine the popularity of this paper. Okay, he is, I find him as the topmost researcher in the field of computer vision. So next, one more core field in AI is natural language processing. So a lot of research has already been done in this natural language processing, but still it has remained as an exciting field in AI. So in this field, even we can say that the study of natural language processing began in 1950s itself, when Alan Turing has designed a Turing test. Okay, so it is an intuition game. So in this Turing test, it has to take the input. Machine has to take the input. What okay. So in this Turing test, actually the natural language processing concept was used. So since then NLP has come a long way. And but today we use NLP in our daily lives. even if we do not know the names of methods, the actual techniques, algorithms, but almost in many, like if you are searching in Google, or you are using any translation kind of thing, or if you are asking question to Siri, or you're giving commands to Alexa, in all these things, NLP concept is used, natural language processing. It has to take the human queries and it has to process that. So everywhere NLP is used. So we can say that natural language processing is rapidly evolving, and the applications of natural language processing are growing. Okay, nowadays, like as I said, a lot of research has already been done in this area, natural language processing. Now researchers are showing interest in this area, like multilingual NLP. So most NLP advances to date have been focused on English. Right. In case of multilingual, now companies like Google or Facebook are publishing pre-trained multilingual models, so which can perform like it can perform translations and all. So there is one famous multilingual model. This is a pre-trained model, YumBert. This can be used, like BERT is actually a pre-trained open source model. With the little fine tuning, we can use that in our applications, like question answering, text summarization. In all those fields, we can use this BERT. It is a pre-trained open source model. So YumBert is actually a multilingual BERT. It is multilingual BERT, and this is used in language translation. So mainly this multilingual BERT, this supports nearly 104 languages, and the approach of this YumBert is also very simple, like BERT only. It is a pre-trained model, that's all. We have to just use that, and essentially this is used this YumBert is also used as one pre-trained open source model. And in particular, this is, I have seen this model like being used in Wikipedia. Now in Wikipedia, we can see that there are so many languages, and but there are there is a content imbalance. Like in English Wikipedia, if you see, more than like it has 120 times more articles than Tulu Wikipedia. I do not know whether Kodagu Wikipedia is available or not, but we have Tulu Wikipedia. In that, like very few articles are there compared to English Wikipedia. So to reduce that content imbalance, from English Wikipedia, we can they use Wikipedia. People use this pre-trained model, and that this translation can be done. But YumBert doesn't support Tulu language, but it supports Kannada. So we can easily convert English articles to Kannada articles. So sometimes we know that that machine converted things, sentences may not be meaningful, but little fine tuning is required later. But it is better than writing the articles from the scratch. It allows us to, it gives us the article in Kannada, and we may have to fine tune that. So this is how multilingual NLPs are useful. And nowadays, NLP is used with the reinforcement learning also. Reinforcement learning is actually implementing something using reinforcement learning is not easy as implementing something with supervised or unsupervised learning. But it is predicted to grow in 2021, because many researchers are interested in this field because it mimics human behavior. These reinforcement learning methods mimics human behavior. That's many are interested in this area. So in NLP, if reinforcement learning can be used, it can be used to speed up tasks like question answering, then machine translation, summarization, etc. In all these fields, NLP can be, this reinforcement method can be used. And in NLP nowadays, people have started using transfer learning. This concept was popular in computer vision. So many of us do things using transfer learning only. We use the like a pre-trained model and try to apply it to our problem. But nowadays this is also like transfer learning is being used in NLP tasks like instant classification, sentiment analysis, named entity recognition. So this is possible because of the transformers like BERT, Elmo. So this allows us to use that. So all these are open sources. It allows us to use that and fine tune it depending on our applications. So transfer learning and applying transformers to different downstream NLP tasks have become the main trend of latest research advances. NLP for social media monitoring is one more field in NLP. This sentiment, many might have heard about this sentiment analysis, and many are doing research in this sentiment analysis. So this sentiment analysis will keep playing an important role in 2021, and many researchers are working in aspect-based sentiment analysis, and here also many are working under that in that area, aspect-based sentiment analysis. And like sentiment analysis in social media monitoring include analyzing the impact of market campaigns and evaluating how customers react to events like new product release. So a lot of things can be done using sentiment analysis. This is one more important area in NLP. And our students have also worked in this field, like detecting fake news and cyberbullying. So NLP has become a very essential tool to reduce time and human effort. But in this actually in NLP, this can be used to prevent or detect the fake news or misinformation. So that is very important nowadays. It is very important to detect and prevent the spread of fake news or misinformation. And that can be done, like fake news detection can be done using the NLP based algorithms. And also cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is one more problem in social media. So it can be identified. So this right side shows actually a cloud, and this is a word net. So we can we can use several algorithms or classifiers to detect whether the use of that word is offensive, or whether the person is using insulting language or hate speech. So that can be easily identified using the cyberbullying detection techniques. This is one more interesting area in natural language processing. And so natural language processing for customer service, here like as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a tremendous increase in support ticket. So support ticket is also, it is a term which is actually used to describe an interaction between customers and support teams. So a lot of people ask questions that may be from any area. So that may be from travel to finance, in across all the industries. Many people start asking questions through online platforms. So to handle such questions, the NLP tools can be used, and chatbots, all of us have heard about this. This is also one of the application of NLP. So that will also play an important, significant role on the front line of customer service. These are all the applications of NLP, so which is the subfield of artificial intelligence. And fun fact here is like most of the NLP models are named under Muppets, like Sesame Street. It has few characters. It is a series, and it has few characters like Bert, Elmo, Ernie, Big Bird. And most of the NLP models are named after these Muppets. And maybe they have selected these names to acknowledge the influence and inspiration of one model over other. So as I have already mentioned, Bert, that is one important model. So this is also named after this Muppet of Sesame Street. Yeah, this is about NLP. And the next subfield that I have taken from AI is robotics. Nowadays, people are talking about this robotic. robotics, and this is a branch of technology that deals with the physical robots. Now you can see one figure here that says that robotics need not be completely under artificial intelligence. So here there may be like most of the robots need not be artificially intelligent robots. Like there are some industrial robots that are programmed. Those are programmed just to carry out some repetitive task, repetitive series of movements. They need not be intelligent. They do not require artificial intelligence. But the non-intelligent robots are quite limited in their functionality. Now there is overlapping between robotics and artificial field. So now people are interested to build artificially intelligent robots, right? They're like pathfinding robots or drones, self-driving cars. All those things come under this. They are artificially intelligent robot. This is one more fascinating field in AI. And again, here also a lot of research is going on in this field, robotics. And like in robotics, actually we need many concepts of artificial intelligence, like computer vision is required, then natural language processing is required, because it has to understand what like when it interacts with a human being, it has to understand the language that human being speaks, and it has to recognize the speech also. So speech recognition is also important. And computer vision, because it has to robots, we say that robots can see, right? So computer vision is required to analyze what it sees. It has to extract the information. So this includes, actually robotic includes computer vision, natural language processing, as well as speech recognition, right? And this shows the agricultural robot. We have a lot of applications of robots in the agricultural fields. And mainly these robots are used in weed control, cloud seeding, planting seeds, harvesting, all those things. This is actually Indian made robot, Mitra. This is a humanoid robot designed and developed by the Indian startup. It is based in Bangalore, and it in Fortis Hospital in Bangalore deploys this Mitra and Mitri for COVID-19 screening. And it also helped during Corona pandemic to help the Corona virus patients in quarantine and to stay connected with their loved ones. And robot Mitra used by patients suffering from COVID-19 to communicate with their relatives who were inside the intensive ICU. The next topic which is related to AI, which comes under AI, is speech recognition. So as we have like lot of research has been already done under this speech recognition, but still research is going on in speech emotion recognition, wherein people try to identify the emotion, and that may be required in marketing and healthcare, in gaming experience improvement, social media analysis, stress monitoring. In all these places, speech emotion recognition may be important. So a lot of research is going on this in this speech emotion recognition. And similarly, multilingual speech recognition, then speech by search by speaking. Nowadays it is like we are using it in Google, right? Search by speaking. So in all these cases the speech recognition concepts are used. So these are the popular fields in the speech recognition: speech emotion recognition, multilingual speech recognition, and speech by searching. So we have seen here that AI has touched so many domains, many areas. There are several advantages of AI. Now, depending on the applications, like depending on the technologies that we have seen, so we know that AI is used in so many applications, and there are several advantages of AI. But the bigger question here is AI a threat to human beings? Physicist Stephen Hawking once said that emergence of artificial intelligence could be the worst event in the history of our civilization. Unless society finds a way to control its development, he sees risk in this artificial intelligence. So this statement actually warns us against the risks of AI. Let us see few disadvantages or problems associated with AI. So what is the disadvantage and what are the problems that we have in this technology? The first one that I have listed here is liability. Now, the question here is who will be responsible for the damage caused by an AI operated device? So, for example, in an accident involving a self-driving car, now should the damage, to whom to blame? Like, should the damage to be covered by the owner or the car manufacturer or the programmer who has programmed that? Now, whose fault is it? Now, if we make owner responsible, if owner is made responsible, then it may damage people's trust in technology, right? People may not buy self-driving cars. So who is liable? That is one big question in case of AI operated devices. Then one more problem with this is AI surveillance. Like everywhere now we can see cameras. So using AI tools, it is very difficult. It is very easy to analyze that. So this can be used for good as well as for bad. Like in China, we have seen, like in various videos during Corona time, like they have used this method of like AI surveillance to identify the corona infected people, okay, and to identify the people who are not wearing masks. And it is also used like to the people who are absconding. They can identify them using their movement, they can identify, and then they can enforce quarantine. AI surveillance has made everything public, because everywhere we go we find cameras and our movements are captured. And if it is analyzed, then the people will come to know, the people who use that systems will come to know what we are doing. Okay, everything is made public. So it would even create like that is a problem of AI surveillance. So as we said, it can be used for good or bad. So it will, like, people will not have that freedom, right? Then one more problem here is using all these images. AI itself can create some fake videos and audios keeping our faces. Okay, some realistic images it can create, and which can present some risks to the human being. It can harm reputation, or it can pose the financial risk. So many problems may occur because of that. Then one more problem here is AI enabled terrorism. So many are worried about this AI enabled terrorism. So instead of having a human bomber, terrorists may use autonomous drones, or they may use robot attackers, right? Even AI surveillance information that collected, even that can be used by attackers. So they have a lot of benefits from this AI enabled systems. So that should not happen. We should not allow that. Some security must be there in this regard. And if the person who develops the AI, if he is biased, or if data is biased, then surely AI may lead to negative effect, because everything is based on what developer develops, right? What data is given. So if it is biased, then there will be a negative effect because of AI. And one more problem here is online echo chambers. Like already we know that AI is creating online echo chambers, that is based on our previous online behavior. It displays the content. It will not give us all the contents, even though we are interested in some other contents. It will display, initially it will display us based on our previous online behavior. So if AI is used everywhere, like in the government, then education, health, etc., then if it starts giving information based on our previous behavior, then it may not be possible to access everything equally. Like imagine the healthcare system, where if it allows us to access the things based on our previous illness, then it may not work, right? It may create problems. The AI behavior may create problems when it is used everywhere. And it may create problems to fundamental rights of people also, since AI depends on how it is designed and what data it uses. So influenced by old data, it may take decisions based on gender or based on age while hiring for a job. Like usually when we give data, so most of the hirings will be done in the age gap of 23 to 30 35, right? So if that information is given to AI, so a lot of data is it represents that information, then when AI is given the decision making chance, then in that case it may take wrong decision, right? So not only in hiring jobs, while giving loans, or even in criminal proceedings, this old data may influence. It may create problems to fundamental rights of people, right? Not only that, people also say that AI may create, it may widen the gap between rich and poor. They believe that it may result in more inequality, and people also believe that AI will replace some jobs. Will AI replace some jobs? That is the biggest question mark for us. So according to the report from the World Economic Forum, it says that 85 million jobs will be replaced by machines with AI by the year 2025. But it also says that 97 million new jobs will be created by 2025 due to AI. But we cannot say that it is very easy, because to get the AI related jobs, a lot of education or training is essential. So it should not widen the gap between rich and poor, or educated or uneducated, right? That is our concern. And why, like industries, why AI replaces job, or why people prefer, or industries prefer AI based system? Because AI doesn't get bored or tired, or we can say that AI enabled machines can perform dangerous tasks, and AI machine are cheaper in long run. Because of this, industry or the people, business people prefer AI based systems. But AI cannot replace all the jobs, that's for sure, it's not possible. So why AI cannot replace all the jobs? Because there are few properties, like there are few characteristics of human beings that machines cannot mimic. So for example, humans are excel at creative thinking, right? Computers are great at repetitive tasks, but humans are good at creative thinking, like the jobs like involving extreme creativity or creative problem solving. So in that jobs cannot be replaced by artificial intelligence, like musicians or artists, writers, marketers, then inventors. Those jobs cannot be replaced by artificial intelligence. And one more thing is, the computers cannot imitate human connection. Now many jobs require like establishing trust or human to human connection, in order to make people relax, or for example nurses, doctors, teachers. So in that, these professions, like human touch is required, right? While AI, even if we make AI robot as a teacher, it can technically handle the role of a teacher. Or if we make AI as a nurse, it can technically do that. But that human connection will be missing, that human touch will be missing. So computers cannot imitate human connection. And computers, like AI, cannot handle overly complex or highly strategic jobs. So we can design AI to assist the things, but we know that that cannot this AI Yeah, AI cannot handle highly strategic jobs like very higher level business leader positions or chief executive positions. Those positions cannot be handled by AI. And one more last thing is, even though we assume that everything is handled by AI, someone needs to program the AI, right? That workforce will be existing always. So someone like programming skilled, like the people who have the programming skill will be required to program the AI. So these jobs cannot be replaced by AI. So we may feel that a lot of things are happening in AI and in the related field. But we are still, as I said, we are still in the stage of weak AI. We can say it is the first stage of AI, weak AI. We have not yet reached the second level of AI. So we can imagine the work to be done in this field. So even though we feel that lot of work has been already done or lot of work is going on in this field, but lot of things yet to be done in this. So mostly it is related to emotion AI. Okay, emotion AI. The Helen Keller says that the best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart. So that is missing in the current AI. Okay, even though with the advanced sentiment analysis, we say that the advanced sentiment analysis research has reached its peak. People talk about that it has reached about its peak and nothing is remaining in that. But even though we say that, even though with the advanced sentiment analysis, it is difficult to apply that in very complex situations. Okay, AI, the main problem is the lack of AI's ability to recognize the semantic meaning of a language. And it's not easy. So unlike human brain, the neural networks recognize patterns in the sentence without understanding the actual semantic meaning. So still it suffers, AI suffers from this issue. And while it is while it is convenient for the human brain to recognize a feeling or sensation and also understand how other living creatures are able to feel, it is more a complicated scenario in case of AI, right? For us it is very easy to understand other creatures feeling, but not in case of AI. So to reach that level, a lot of research is required in this field, AI field. And the face recognition, face recognition in deep learning has evolved continuously and it has reached a new milestone. We say that we have reached the accuracy of 99.2. But even with these advancements, rapid progressions, now there are several shortcomings. Like it is not possible to easily recognize the emotions, right? Emotion recognition is still now it has not reached the level. So AI systems are not able to recognize the emotions properly as human beings are able to recognize. There are numerous gestures or numerous expressions, and models are not trained to identify uh, all those things, or they don't have the ability to express those things, right? Because there are so many expressions or so many gestures and they are not able to do that. So the results achieved in this field is not yet satisfactory. So AI with emotions is a brilliant topic for speculation and anticipation for the things to occur in the future. So there is so much scope in this subject. And one more field I have considered here is quantum computing and AI. Nowadays, quantum computers, like people are talking about this quantum computers, because it can handle a huge amount of data, and it can identify the patterns very quickly. So actually AI requires that itself, right? It has to handle large amount of data and it has to find the patterns. So people are thinking about combining these two, quantum computing and AI. And Google's researchers have already given Python library. This is open source, a Python library, Python library, which has using which we can try to run the quantum circuits, and we can try to optimize them against the quantum computers and simulators. So I think in this field also a lot of scope is there for the researchers. So in quantum computing and AI, if we look at this landscape, this is the diagram which shows the different AI startups, and we can see that our country features in this top 10 list. That means I can say that lot of scope is there even for the computer engineers in this field, not only the researchers, because a lot of startups are coming, AI related startups are coming in our country. So a lot of scope is there for computer engineers as well as the researchers who work in this field. So I hope I have covered a lot of things related to AI and ML. So with this, I conclude my session, and hope you have got some information related to AI and ML. Yeah, thank you everybody. If you have any questions related to this, you can proceed. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have concluded my session. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Participants, the session is open for discussion. If you have any queries, you can post in the chat box, or you can raise your hand and ask the questions. So we have a few of the questions in the chat box. Ma'am, the first question is, why is machine learning trend emerging so fast?
No, as I have already informed, machine learning trend has started long back, but people, like always, we are interested to build some systems which mimics us. So, but nowadays, the hardware advancements are so good, like we have good processing speed and good memory, everything. So because of that, machine learning research is people are working in this, because people can get good results out of that. So earlier, even though people, like neural network has started long back, but people were not used to apply it to the applications because of the problem with the hardware devices. But nowadays it's not like that. Because of that advancements, people are interested in that research, and a lot of people are working in this research.
The next question is, how is machine learning related to artificial intelligence? Are both the same?
Yeah, as I've already told, they are not same, but most of the artificial intelligence related concepts are realized using machine learning concept. Machine learning is basically a pattern matching. So artificial includes so many things, like it includes expert system also. In the expert system, we need not use machine learning at all. But there are few core fields like computer vision or natural language processing and all. In that we can use machine learning. So artificial intelligence and machine learning both are not the same.
The next question, what type of machine learning mind mechanism is efficiently used in artificial intelligence?
No, I didn't get that question. What type of
machine learning mind mechanism efficiently used in artificial intelligence?
Mind mechanism, I don't have any idea about that.
Okay. Next question, ma'am. How is game theory related to artificial intelligence?
So game theory, no, I have no idea about game theory.
Okay, ma'am. In robotics, how to maintain the energy efficiency?
No, that energy efficiency, maybe it is based on the hardware devices that we design for that. Maybe research need to be done in that field. It may not be related to the machine learning or artificial intelligence, but robotics is not just machine learning and artificial intelligence. It is combination of several fields like mechanical, electrical and all. So the components that we use for the movements like mechanical arms and electrical devices, in that we may have to include something for the energy efficient things.
Ma'am, I request you to provide your mail ID in the chat box so that if any of our participants have questions, they can approach you, ma'am.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Ma'am, the sessions were really good. We have increased our knowledge, enhanced our knowledge about artificial intelligence and machine learning basic concept. We look forward to have more sessions from you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot.
We have the next session by Professor Prashant Ankalkote, JNCE Shivamogga, on the topic Tech Tools for Formative Assessment. I'll now provide a brief biography of Prashant Ankalkote. Professor Prashant Ankalkote is currently working as the assistant professor at JNCE Shivamogga. He has also served the Srinivas Institute of Technology, Bangalore as an assistant professor. He pursued his Masters of Computer Applications degree in computer programming from JNCE Shivamogga under VTU. He has secured Bachelor's of Science degree from DVS College of Arts and Science. He has obtained certifications from several organizations. A few to name are Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert, Introduction to AI in Data Center, NVIDIA. He has received Teacher Innovation Award from ZIIEI and Sri Aurobindo Society, an International Outstanding Educator Award from Green's Thinkers. We are privileged to have you with us, sir. I request you to continue the session.
Thank you, madam, for your brief introduction regarding my profile. And I would like to share my screen without taking much time. We will start the session. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible to all the participants who have joined.
Yes, sir. It is visible. Just you have to give it the slideshow.
Yeah, because I need to switch between the websites and slideshow. So I thought of going with this kind of scenario.
Yes,
so, sir, we'll start the today's session regarding is about how to assess the students based on their performances, because you have experienced the pandemic situation that we have faced for 1.5 years or 2 years. At that time, we came across some difficulties in engaging students and making the students motivated in attending the internals or assessing them, or how do we measure the performance of the students online, right? So that was the challenging thing what educators has faced across. So there are some of the tools, right? I can say technology tools for educators for assessing the students. Okay, so there is one quote which says that from Robert E. Stake, Professor Emeritus of Education. He says that when the cook tastes the soup, that's called formative, and when the guest tastes the soup, that's called summative. So there are two types of assessments that we have to look after. One is called formative and one is summative. So basically what happens, you may have gone through the classes which are very silent, right? So there will be no interaction from the students and no discussion at all. So whenever you try to ask them questions of the previous concepts that you have discussed in the earliest classes, but the responses would be nothing else. It's just a silence class, right? How to engage the students with your course and how to make them involved in each and every aspect of learning. So that is what the most challenging thing for an educator to in today's scenario, right? And how best they can involve, and where the results will be also emerging, And you can make the learning very easy and comfortable by introducing some of the technology techniques in the classroom. Okay, so such tools we will discuss. And before that, I will just want you to understand what is meant by a summative assessment and what is meant by interim assessment and formative assessment. So actually what happens when the students completes a semester, he will take the exams at the end of the semester, but intermediately we conduct some of the internals to measure their knowledge or efficiency and how much they have scored, but it will be not much effective. And you may see also that student will learn the things the day before the exam. Okay, this is what the scenario is nowadays we are going through. And when the student will come to next semester, if you ask any questions to them of the previous semester, they will not give a proper answers because they have already forgotten what they have learned. So means what? They have unlearned what they have learned, and we have to make them relearn, okay, and memorize them so that they will come to the current topic which we were discussing. So instead of doing all those activities in the current courses, if we adopt some of the technological tools, so that really help the educator as a educators also as well as students also, and make them engaged and understand the concepts very clearly. So for that reason, in summative assessment, usually what type of examinations will be taking place? We will be having end of year assessment or end of semester assessment or state assessments, and aligned to content area state standards, or some of the component of the teacher accountability and evaluation. So these summative assessments usually will take part at the end of the semester or the end of the year. So that is not the only way to assess a student. So this is what in summative assessment, it really declines the his capability of understanding. But in interim assessment, this is what we conduct some of the internals during the semester. We conduct one internal, two internal, or we may give assignments, we may give a case study. So all these assessments may be given as an interim. But what I'm talking today is about a formative assessment. So this is what engaging the student in a daily perspective and linking them to a learning experience. So how you are involving the student into your subject, okay, and how actively he is participating in your subject, and how best he can understand. So rather than getting the marks, you have to make the student understand. So that is what our motto is about, right? So for that reason, the assessment of these kind of activities can be done online using some of the websites, right? So which makes the educator work a little bit easier, and also involving the student in such tools will also make them active in learning. Okay, so these are the differences which we are which we can see about summative or interim assessment or a formative assessment. And next one, you have heard already about what is meant by a flipped classroom, right? So there is a practice of traditional classrooms as well as what we are planning. So NEP, if you have heard about NEP 2020, so where the concentration is about on the flipped classrooms. So the meaning is, so whatever instructor is going to do in the class, so before coming to class, he has to give some information or lectures or notes to the students earlier, so that they will watch those videos or listen to the lectures before coming to a class. And when they come to class, we will have a discussions, we will have a brainstorming sessions and activities to understand clearly about that subject. So the students receive support from instructor and peers as needed. So means what? As an instructor, we assign some of the resources to them, and student has to come by observing or going through those resources or lectures, and then we will have a discussion on those topics. So this is what current classroom teaching will be equipped with. So that we call it we as a flipped classrooms. In traditional, what we have done, we used to give some materials and ask the students to prepare at home and submit them between some of the deadlines, and then they used to write as an assignment or any other case studies, then they used to submit. But this is not the way that they have designed in the NEP. So maybe very sooner technology along with the teachers will bring us more efficiency into the classroom, because technology will not replace the teachers, but the teachers who will be using the technology will be gaining more things around the in the classroom. So this is what flipped classroom will be as a future. And coming to, I will just yeah. So here, what differences is between formative assessment and a summative assessment? See, formative assessment is about helping students to learn and practice. Okay, so not only involving them, we make them in learning. We take them towards with us in learning phases, as well as we make them practice whatever we have told. So when throughout the course, not at the end of the course, or not at 1 month, not at 2 months, daily, on a daily basis. Okay, and why? Because to identify the gaps and improve the learning, how students can improve their learning, and what are the gaps, the industry and academia gap, how much differences we have as we are still going through it, right? So these gaps between a teacher or educator and a student should be improved. So this is observed only when we take them along with us. Okay, and what are the approaches? So the approaches that support specific student needs. So means what? We can give them a task on a daily basis, or a task in a classroom. Okay, if we cannot give on a daily basis, we can make them on a weekly basis, or just for 2 days or 3 days. Surprise quizzes can be given, spontaneous answers can be asked, and polling can be done in the classroom. So these are the different approaches that we can involve in classroom teaching, so that students will be getting benefited. And these resources are such like, once you have prepared, and it can be continued for the next classes also. So means what? So you take the same subject again for the next semester or next year, but the resources what you have prepared will be the same. Okay, a minor changes can be done. So this also help you, okay, getting more information on the subject, and 50% of the work has been already done, because since you have already handled the subject. So only thing is, what different questions that you can ask the students can be framed. So this is how a formative assessment will take place. But as a summative assessment, here also we assess the student performance, but at the end of instructional period. So means at 1 module or 2 module or third module, or maybe at the end of the semester, like that. Okay, usually conduction of a lab internals, or conduction of internals in a month. So this will make the student little bit hesitation to asking the questions, or no discussions in the classroom, or no activities. So this type of things can be observed. And why we are going for summative? Here we collect the evidence of student knowledge, skill, or proficiency. So we know the lot of accreditations will ask the evidences, right? So you have to present IA marks, IA books, assignment books. So whenever we come across NBA or any accreditations, we need to collect the evidence. Okay, and only at that time we will have the evidence. But if we follow this type of assessments, we have the evidences of showing things what we have done throughout the course, not only at the end of a particular course. So this is the major difference that we can see between a formative and a summative assessments. And you also have come across, we will take some program exit survey or course exit survey. So if you remember how the teacher has involved in the course, that we collect at the end. Okay, so and the feedback will be also depending on the mood of the student. So he may not see all the things whatever you have given. He may not see all the questions, will not read all the questions. Also, whatever comes to his mind, he will just press agree or disagree like that. So means what? The exit learning products is also important. So, but at that moment, student have already lost the interest on that particular subject, or he may not interested in giving the assessment. So this is the things what we are facing new, because student feedback is also very much important. So as we know, so regarding this, I'll just go with few websites. Before that, here we are just moving from learning experiences, from one learning experience to another learning experience. So which I call a gamification in learning, right? So earlier days and nowadays we are seeing that there is a one way of learning called as game-based learning. So what is that? It's a learning experience that occurs within the context of a game framework. So you know, I've seen the students from class 1 to class 5. So many tech tools have been come across. So many apps have come. So that is what we call game-based game-based learning. Then what I am talking today is about a gamification where already learning experience is present and we are adding game-like elements to them. Because see, we are teaching students already who have completed their PUC, right? So for them, we cannot go with the game-based learning. So we can make our classroom teaching by adding some of the elements like games and introducing those games where they will be motivated and engaged throughout the classroom. Okay, and they will be understanding the concepts very clearly, and you may see that the classroom will have very interesting discussions, right? So this is how learning has to happen. Okay, but the thing is we need to use the mobiles sometimes in the classroom. So because we need to take a permission if you are performing some of the gamification even in your classrooms, because somebody may visit the classroom, they may not think that why students are using the mobiles. No, it's not like that. So before that, you need to inform the higher authorities, so that if you are using any mobiles from the during the classes, it need to be informed, and then this type of activities can be conducted in the daily classroom teaching. Okay, so this is what I mentioned, gamification in learning, which really helps the students in understanding the different concepts. And we can do it for not only computer science, we can go with any type of subjects, like it may be applied to basic science or any type of engineering branches, MBA, MCA, or any type of courses can be handled with these type of tools. So among that, the first one which I would like to discuss is Edpuzzle, right? So this edpuzzle.com is one website. You have heard many NPTEL courses kind of MOOCs are available, right? Massive open online courses, and so many degrees are available online nowadays. You have heard about Upgrad, heard about edX, right? Those online online teaching and learning websites have already emerged. So which you call online learning, it may be a degree or it may be a content also. Okay, so we some deemed universities and autonomous institutes have already made it mandatory, so that student has to learn one online course and he has to earn 4 credit during his last semester. So he will be assigned is of own interest. He may learn Python, he may learn machine learning, he may learn data science, but end of the semester he has to learn one course, and for that one course we will give them a 4 credits or 5 credits to pass his examination. So why? Because now self-learning has emerged and everybody is involved in a self-learning. Everybody should be involved in a self-learning. So for that reason, so here using these tools which I am mentioning here, one by one I will just go through the website, okay, and how to use these websites and how to make your students involved, so that we can observe in these kind of websites. So beginning with this, I will just right. So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. Here the first one which I am going to discuss is Edpuzzle. So we have in pandemic situation, what every teacher had done, we had done online classes, right? So this is the one thing which was not expected, and we have done it very well, and all of the teachers have done it very well, because it was the first time for many of the teachers, right, who is technical as well as non-technical. So out of physical classes, we have come on to online classes. So at that time, so many edtech tools have emerged. So among them, this website, which is edpuzzle.com, you can make any of your video as a lesson. Okay, so how it is possible? So once you sign up with your account, so you may have your college account or as a personal account. So student has to involve in this kind of activities again. So student will also register, okay, or else you may integrate them with the Google Classroom. So that I will also show you how to integrate the students with the Google Classroom, because Google Classroom is a LMS, right? So learning management system, where you know how to assign the assignments, how to share the material, and how to share the video. So not only that, how to integrate these kind of UIs websites along to the Google Classroom, and make the students learn with these type of videos what you have posted. And in between videos, you can ask some questions, open-ended questions, or multiple choice questions, or any discussions. So to start this with Edpuzzle, so as a teacher, if you log in, so either you can also sign in with Google, or if you have Microsoft account, so you can just log in with that. So I will just go with my account. So this is the first dashboard that you can see here, right? So this is some of the community videos that you can observe. And if any of you are from school, if anybody has been shared, those videos are also visible. So, and YouTube videos are also accessible here. Okay, so you can add contents from already existing videos. And on the left hand side here, you can see you can add the classes. Okay, so there is an option of adding the classes, and I'll just not go with profile, so that everybody can see the profile information. Okay, you can upload the photos and name, and here you can connect with your existing Gmail accounts or your college accounts, which will integrate you with the Google Classroom. Okay, or if you are using Teams or any other LMSs, that you can go with Microsoft or clever.com, that is also available. So very easiest way, and which is free of cost, that we can use is a Google Classroom. So once you are connected, so you will just go to my classes, right? In my classes, you have an option to add the class. See now, so all your students are already existing in the Google Classroom, and so many LMSs are there here. There is a Canvas, there is Power School, Schoology, Blackboard, Moodle is there. Okay, so these are the services. Some are free, some are paid versions. So for us, which is comfortable is Google Classroom, because all the colleges have already taken G Suites for education. So it will be free, and you can access and integrate Google Classroom into Edpuzzle. So when you select here, it will show you which are the classrooms you have already existing in the Google Classroom. Because to import the students, first you have to enroll them in the Google Classroom. So this option has been done by each and every one of us, right? So after that, we are importing those students into the Edpuzzle. Okay, so once you select, these two classes have already imported. So if you just want to another classroom to be imported, here you can select this, and you can give a grade, higher education, and you can select any of the subjects which you are handling. Okay, so like this, you can select the subjects, for example, computer science, and then go for import the class. So all of the students which are already present in Google Classroom will be imported here. So now what we are doing here, we are preparing some content or assigning some content to the student, and make them involved in this topic, and prepare them for self-learning. And also this can be considered as an assignment also. So once they come back to the class, they will be going through this video, and because you need to make this as a mandatory, and this type of marks can be considered in other assessment marks. So 50% of weightage will be given to IA and 50% weightage will be given to other assessments. And that in these other assessments, these type of activities can be conducted. So once you have imported the classroom, okay, so there is an option called my content here. Okay, here you can add your content. So you can make one folder if any content differentiation is there. So if you are handling different subjects, like you are handling .NET programming or object-oriented modeling and design, system software, so we need to make some folders and add those particular contents to those folders. And here you have a content, either discover video content or upload video. See, already we have done so many online classes for more than 2 semesters. All those videos are already available, right? So when you are handling the same subject, you can upload that video, okay, now, and make starting an assignment to the student, assign that assignment and make students to watch that video, and in between we can ask some of the questions so that he has to watch the video completely without skipping the video, and the answers can be recorded. So what is happening here? The student is involved throughout the content. He will be not able to skip, and this is also considered as an assignment and also considered as a marks also. So he will compulsorily attend, and also learning will also take place. Okay. So if you see, just I've taken one video from YouTube here. Okay. So this is one learning requirements engineering specification, which I have already taken from YouTube. So how to take it? Add content, upload video, or record video if you are able to record, or if any student project is there, that can also be added. So discover, if you give discover, here you have an option of selecting the videos from the YouTube. Okay, and here you can give any subject you want. See in the URL, if you just type, okay, any kind of technologies if you want, for example JavaScript or anything, if it is available. See, these are the videos that have come across related to Java or JavaScript. So you can add this video. Okay, see, add content. So before adding, if you want to make changes for this, understanding? So how it can be done? See, already this video has 2 multiple choice questions. Here they have done. Okay, so for your video, there may not be any questions that you have added. So you can add this with the edit option. So edit. So when here you can see from which section you want to play, from where to where. Okay, you can also trim the videos. You can also trim the videos. Okay, and then you can give a voiceover if you just want to make a voiceover, but now it is blocked to comply with the terms and conditions. Earlier it was free, so now they have stopped the voiceover option. And coming to questions, this is what interesting. So for example, if I want to ask any question related to content, for example, now I will moving the slide bar something here, right? Okay, at 1 minute 16 seconds, I want to ask a question. So here I have an option. What type of question you want to ask? Either you want a multiple choice, you want an open-ended question, or you want to add a written comment as a note for the students. So you may ask a question here. You have to type question. Okay. So any question related to the video, what you can see. So what type of saving? Just I am giving an example. Savings account task would involve. So both have same answer. Okay, this is one question, and here I will give choice for them. Okay, I'll just write deposit. You can make bold, italicize, underline. You can involve some of the formulas in equations, images, links. Okay, so everything is possible. So deposit, just withdraw. Okay, and then here I will type something else, balance, okay, or inquiry, simply, right? So among these, I have to select one right question. So for this, you have option here. This is the right, this is the wrong. Okay, now save. Okay, now we have made a one question at 1 hour 16 minutes. This is open-ended question. So similarly, whenever the student will be watching this video at 1 hour 16 minutes, he can see this question and he has to answer it by understanding the video, because after understanding then the video or content, then only he will be able to answer the question. Okay, so this is one way of editing the video. So after editing, you can just finish it. Okay, after finishing, you can assign it. See, now we have an option of assign. So when you click assign, here you will be able to see your classrooms. Okay, because I made you understand how to import the classes. Now you are assigning the classes. For example, if you want to go with any of the third semester class, okay, there may be 40 students or 50 students, 60 students, and what is the starting date you want to give for them to access this video, and what is the due date, tomorrow or day after tomorrow, at what time you need to mention it, right? And then prevent skipping. See, this option is important so that student will not be able to skip this video. Understood? He has to complete this video and go through this video completely without skipping each and every second. Okay, and any captions are required, you can turn on CCs and post on Google Classroom, right? So once you enable this, see, this will be posted as an assignment to a Google Classroom. So when you press assign, it will be posted to the Google Classroom. So this is how a student will get the material, and he will be able to enter this Edpuzzle as a student version, and he will go through the video content one by one, and he will be made to learn the content by answering the questions. So this is what you can make as a formative assessment or student engagement in the learning. Okay, so this is just an introduction which I have given. So you can explore more features of this, okay, in edpuzzle.com, because there are not only video kind of activities, you can also add a content in form of text, in form of presentation, in the form of materials as a student project also. Okay, so this is one way of handling the activities in the classroom. So here you will see whatever content you have uploaded till now. Okay, so this is for demonstration. I have chosen 4 videos. Okay, so this is the content which I have done and posted in the Google Classroom for students. And similarly, for any of the activities, if you are doing some flipped classroom activities, then you can post it to the students, and students will watch these activities. Okay, so this is one website which is very useful for the educators, and this can be repeated for every semester. Okay, so because many of the times we will be going with same subjects. So once you prepare all these materials and just during the change of the semester, okay, you integrate the Google Classroom and involve the students, and in the back end, students will be engaged in the learning. Okay, it also saves your time. In once you have prepared, then it is fine. Okay, no need to go with the content once again, but just make some updates, make some changes if anything is required, or change the questions like that. Okay, so this is one example. And next, which I would like to move on is with quizzes.com. Okay, so I think many of you have heard this quizzes.com or this platform. Okay, this is the most used platform in student engagement. So because we call gamification and gamified quizzes and interactive lessons, okay, to engage for any learner. So for teachers, here we have a login. Okay, so we have a login. You need to log in as a teacher. So I will just log in with my account. Just a second. Okay, so this is the dashboard that you can see when you log in as a teacher. Okay, and this is the basic account which I am accessing. It has paid versions also. Okay, and for the last 2 semesters, we have conducted English technical internals with this platform. Okay, around 800 students have completed their internals going through this platform, and at a time you can have, for one quiz you can have 500 students. That is its scalability for a free user. So if you want to conduct it for 1000 students, you need to make 2 quizzes, duplicate copy, and you can run in the background. So this is how around 1000 students can be managed very easily without much time. Just preparing the quiz, assigning them into once again in the Google Classroom, and it's just a self-paced. So student will answer and everything will be recorded and it will be shown in the report, and take out the report as a printout and show it to the show it as a evidence. So this is how easily we can make the tedious task very easy. Okay, so before getting into quizzes, here you can see there are 2 options. One is quiz, another one is lesson. Okay, so in quiz you can ask the questions, either it's a self-paced or it is a teacher-paced. Okay, so means what, student has their own pace of answering the question, or else if you are doing it in a classroom, you will be having a control. That is how you can change the type of quiz. Okay, so that is asynchronous and synchronous both. And another new feature has been added now in the quizzes, that is called lesson. So this is a instructor-led experience where you can display slides and multimedia content. Okay, with quiz and poll questions. So polling means, see, most of the students will not answer in the classroom. So for them, how to involve them in the classroom? You can ask a polling question, either it is true or false. Then they will really try to see the question, what you are asking, and they will answer it. Okay, by not just by giving with the poll. So at least you are engaging them. Okay, so I will not go with the lesson now, because it's a some of the versions are paid here. So now I would like to discuss only about a quiz. Okay, so once you select quiz, here you can give a name of the quiz. Okay, so whichever if you are going with the JavaScript, right, so you can give JavaScript. Whichever subjects, I will select computers, right, then I will click next. Here you have an option. See, on the right hand side you can add an image to a quiz. Okay, and if you want to make it as public, which is visible to everyone, or you may make it as a private. Okay, only visible to you. So why? Because if it is public, like us, many of the educators will be looking some of the quizzes. Okay, and your quiz is also visible to them. But if you don't want them to see your quiz, you can make it as private. Okay, this is how the 2 differences between public and private. And here you can place the image, and you can select English as a language. You can select the grade, okay, for professional development or an university, like this, and save the quiz now. So if you want to add, you can add an image. Okay, and here we have the questions, which type of questions you want to ask. Either you are asking multiple choice, check boxes, fill in the blank, polling, open-ended question, or a slide. So to create a slide, again you need to create a lesson. Okay, so if anything like if you want to ask fill in the blank question, okay, so you can type any question here. Okay, so just anything which comes to the JavaScript extension. I'll just file name extension. So what is the exact answer? We are asking the student. So alternative. So either it would be .js or sometimes it would be capital.js. Okay, here there is an option. So once you have given .js means file extension name, so no need to give it as a capital because the quizzes identifies that capital case sensitiveness is not here, not present here. Okay, if the student answers .js, it is correct. Understanding? So this is a exactly answer which we are looking from the student. Okay, what is the duration? Here you can give 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 30 seconds, like this. Okay, and if any equations are there, you can add the equations, you can add the images, if any diagram is there, any audio, okay, or any video content from YouTube or anything. But these are some of the features which are not free. These come under paid version. Okay, so you can explore those. It is around $5, $10, $15, whichever plan you want to access. We need to subscribe for that particular plan. So for free, you can conduct some basic quizzes, including math or images, like that. Audio and video content have some features which are not for a basic user. Okay, so then if you save, okay, so this becomes one question. Similarly, here if you want a multiple choice, okay, polling questions can be asked. So these are ungraded. You can give the options to the students to answer. So the question comes here, okay, here. So JavaScript is a scripting language or like means which is used for validation. So for what purpose JavaScript is used for, like that you can place some of the questions and you can go with the answers here. Okay, so those answers can be asked and duration can be given, and how to launch this, that I will show later. Okay, so after saving the question, so this is just one question I have shown, and library there are many more. I will go with that. So now after everything, if you have went with a few questions, then you have an option here, publish. Okay, so all the questions have been written, and if you, for a quiz to score 10 out of 10, at least 4 questions need to be added. This is how we will get 10 out of 10. And once you make it as publish, you will get one link here. Understanding? So this link may be given to the student. This is public access is enabled. Okay, either you want to share it within your organization or to the student, this link can be given, okay, to access the quiz. And later on, to assign this to the student, there are two options here. One is you can start a live quiz. Okay, in live quiz we have two categories. One is called classic, so where student progress at their own pace. Okay, I will not be engaged in continuously. Once I will start the quiz and leave it. So whoever answers the question first, he will be keep on moving very faster, because this will take the time, shortest time which has been used to answer the question. Based on that, it will give a rank in the dashboard. Okay, and what is instructor paced? Until everybody completes this question, I will not go to the next question. This is what you call instructor paced. So instructor has to move a question by question. Okay, or else, very interesting thing is assign homework again. So here you can again integrate the Google Classroom. See here we have an option, quizzes is linked to a Google Classroom. Here you need to select which classroom you want to integrate. So this is where you can conduct some other assessments. So you have completed one module today and you want to perform a quiz on this module. So you prepare 20 questions, assign the student to the Google Classroom and give a deadline. So you will answer based on the marks he has scored. You can consider it as other assessment. Okay, so this is managing the classes. So I will to import this, we have an option of in classes. Here you can see we need to import that. So I will also go through it. Here you can also give a deadline, right? When this quiz has to be attended, before what day and what time. Okay, So if there is no deadline, inactive games will expire after 6 months from their library. Okay, and then attempts. How many attempts can student take? So only one attempt or unlimited, 2 attempts. So these are the different attempts that student can participate. Okay, so if you give only one time, he will be only able to log in with his email ID, which he has given in a Google Classroom, only one time. Okay, so once he has finished, for the second time, it will not allow. And show answers during activity, on or off. Validate only. Don't tell him the answer. So that we can give. Okay, and show answers after activity. So once all the questions have been attended, whether he will be able to see the answer or not. Yes, if you want, you can give on. Okay, so this adaptive learning mode is for not a free user. So where it is used to prevent copying the set of questions. Okay, so it will generate unique set of questions, not to allow the students to copy. Okay, and then we have activity settings, where the leaderboard can be displayed. So we call the leaderboard in the sense who is first and who has come second. All those things is present in the leaderboard. And then we have timer for each question or the whole complete quiz. What is the timer we can give? And test timer. And then we have shuffle questions option, shuffling the questions. Okay, because every student will not get the same order. Okay, so everybody will get a different order of questions. And answer the shuffle answer options. So options can also be shuffled. This is another way of making students a little bit ambiguous or confusing them. And play music in the background if you want. Just don't want, just ignore that. Okay, and just assign the quiz. So once you assign to any of the classroom, for example here, it will be converted as an assignment. Okay, so now here you can give name of the assignment. For example, if this subject is about computer networks, I will just type. Okay, and you can give a description and schedule here. So add a description, what student has to do and what is the attempt and which browser is preferred. Only one attempt is involved, and each question has 60 seconds. Those instructions and description can be given. And when you should start the game, either now or you want to start tomorrow, that date can be given. Okay, so after next, you will go to assign button and click the assign, and that will be can be seen in the Google Classroom for the students, and it will be posting a link and students will be able to answer the questions. Okay, so this is how a quiz can be created in a quizzes.com. Okay, of both the types, either you want to start a live quiz. See, live I will just play now. So I will take classic, right? Here also we have 3 options. One is team. Team is what? If you want to make it as a team A, team B, group of teams. Okay, based on the desk. If you want to differentiate individual classroom into team, you can do that. Classic is individual. Okay, and if you want to make it as test for conducting a serious assessment, okay, which requires login. Login means all the credentials will be asked from the student. Okay, even we can add parents' email address also, because that report will also go to the parent. So if you just select a classic, this is how you can continue with the in the classroom. Okay, participant attempts, same thing. All these options will come. Shuffle answers, shuffle leaderboard, memes, any kind of pictures will be displayed. Okay, and now because every student, if it is a classic, because every student will have a different set of questions, because it will be displaying in his mobile. Okay, so once you start, okay, here it will take you to the link and a code. So what student has to do? He has to go with the joinmyquiz.com URL. Okay, and he has to enter this code. And here you can see the participants, how many have joined. Here you will be able to see. Okay, And if all the students have joined, then you click the start. So once quiz is started and everybody will answer the questions on their own pace, and once everybody is done, you can end the quiz. So after ending the quiz, where you can see the report, there is a section called report section here. Okay, so here you can see, for example, I have conducted one a recent quiz. See, every student accuracy has been given. I have asked 20 questions. 27 students have attended, participated. What is the accuracy of the class? 64% total class. So these are the questions, right? And what overview you have given? What is the total overview and which student has answered a wrong question? Here, the red color, what you can see, right? You can focus on those questions. Means you can identify who is the fast learner and who is the slow learner. Both the things. And which question is the toughest question? That also you can see. See, they have given question number 4, right? Only 33% have answered. Means what? Question number 3 is the question that has not been answered by many students. So like this, we can understand the students' ability to answer the questions and measure them, okay, practically by involving them in these kind of quizzes. Okay, so this is a report card. These are the participants. See, you can take a printout of this and you can download. Also, you can email to their parents. Okay, so if their parents' email ID is registered with the Google Classroom, and this can be kept as a evidence. Okay, because nobody can decline this. You have conducted a quiz. It can be shown as whenever asked a course diary or lesson plan execution. You can also show these marks as the other assessment marks also. So these reports can be generated. Summary, participant summary, okay, as well as this is how you'll be able to get the printout. So every student's marks is observed. So take this printout and keep it as a evidence and try to improve the accuracy of the classroom for the next steps. So if you are going with the next module, you can more focus on what can be done and what you have not done in the previous module, or how you can overcome with the accuracy, how you can increase the accuracy of current classroom, okay, compared to the previous module. So this is one way of a tool which is very used, highly used in classroom teaching, right? So it really helps to identify the students as a fast learner, slow learner, or mid learner, and whom you can concentrate on, okay, one-to-one. And how to import classes? There is a classes section here, and you have import new classroom from, okay. So these are 2 locked features which is not available for basic version. You can select it from Google Classroom, and once it is imported, see, you will be asking your email ID because you need to log into Gmail earlier and select whichever classroom you want to import. I have imported, so it is not allowing me to do. Okay, so this is after selecting next, all the students' information is, see, 27 students, 28 students, 61 students are present in the classroom. Okay, and my library. So which are the quizzes that you have conducted till now? Like this, all these for example, next semester you are taking a system software, again same subject. So what you can do at the earlier stages, you can import the classroom and select this system software which we have already done in the previous semester and assign the homework to the students. Okay, already you have completed some modules, and this can be a recursion again, or you can make it as a live quiz in the classroom and ask student to attend the quiz, and same thing, repetition of the task, okay, which really makes you comfortable. And once you have prepared the material, okay, and however it will be stored in the cloud in this website, right? It will be always available. So whenever you want to just want to select your quiz, you can go to my library, or if you want it from quiz library, means they have their own library here. Okay, here also you can select which for example any any other quizzes if you want. For example, data science. If you want to conduct a quiz, basic quiz on data science, you can select here. See, all these quizzes are available. And here you can check for grades, which grades you want to perform it. Elementary, middle school, high school, or university. Any quizzes are available. Yes, this is there. And when you place a cursor here, automatically it will display all the questions. Right? So if you want to use it, okay, you can just use a play as a start or assign homework or preview. Okay, so if you click here, you can also use it as a duplicate. See, create a copy. You can create a copy of this and edit this, okay, and edit few questions and make your own quiz. Okay, so this is how already repositories are available from the different university people or elementary school people, those who are already done the quizzes, and they have made it as public. And you can access those quizzes as per which particular subject you are going to handle. Okay, so this is one interesting tool, quizzes.com. Okay, similarly, you can explore more features of this later onwards. Since I have very lesser time, I will go with another two important tools. Another one is called Kahoot. Okay, Kahoot.com. So this is also just sign out and come with the first page. Okay. So Kahoot.com, Kahoot.it. Here you can see. You can log in after signing up. So with your college email ID. And you will be entered into dashboard. Very similar to quizzes, but it's really somewhat different. Okay, we have different features available here. So here you can see discover, library, reports, all these things which you have already seen in quizzes. Same thing. Discover means existing, any of the quizzes are already discussed. You can find out here. It's mathematics, science, English language, social studies, or any of the technology related Kahoot if you want. Okay, so if all the existing Kahoots will be here. You can select any of the Kahoots which is required. For example, let me check out anything is related to cloud computing. If it is available, it will surely display. Okay, if those Kahoots are available. So if it is not available, you can create on your own. Okay, so how to go with that? You can go to home. Here you have a create option, right? So once you click create, see, these are some of the assessment templates already existing. Formative assessment, spark discussions with polls, asking the polls to the students, right? So just I will create new Kahoot. Here you can ask the question. Here also you can add image, right? Any images can be added, graphical images, videos can be added from YouTube. Okay, so that video may be a question to students, right? If you don't have question, you can type a new question here and add the answers. Answer 1, answer 2, answer 3, answer 4. Okay, so what is the question type? Here also you can see. If it is a quiz, if it is a true or false, typing answer, puzzle, okay, polling, word cloud, matching the words, open-ended question, any new answers may come across, any brainstorming session. So which type of question you are asking, that can be typed here. Okay, and also seconds, how many seconds you want to want students to answer for this. If the question is very long or more content is there, you may give 2 minutes. If it is very short, you can reduce it to 5 seconds. And points, standard points, double points, or no points. Just for involvement, you can just give no points. Okay, if you want really some points or any prizes would be given at the end of the class, you can go for a double points or a standard point. Okay, then this is one question, for example. Similarly, you can add a slide. So after adding slide, okay, see, these are the existing slides which are available. Also, you can import here your slides. You can add title, text, bullet points, quotes. Okay, So this is a question bank. So slide can be added. And for that slide, you can ask a question which is related to a polling question. Here you can select a poll. How many of you are agree like that? So how many will agree that AI will be or machine learning will be upcoming technology? So you can ask true or false, or there may be a polling related to any other questions related to on your subject. So that can be asked as a question. So how the student will join this? So you can see a preview. After adding questions, you can keep on adding the questions of which type we want. Okay, and then what you will do? You will save it. Okay, so once you are saving, see now I have not added anything, so it is not allowing me. So I will come to back to edit. I will exit. Okay, I will go to library. So for example, this one related to mobile networks, for example, which I have done. So these are the questions I have asked. Okay, what is GSM? Which kind of device is mobile phones? When you click this, you can see I've given options and the correct answer. Okay, so this is how your quiz will come after finishing it. And you need to play now, or you need to assign it as a homework. Okay, that answer can be done, or else you want to start a live Kahoot. See, if I start now, if you as a participant can also participate here. How? Whether it's a player versus player or a team versus team. Team means, again, I told, dividing the students into two teams, or else player versus player head to head using their own device. So if you select classic option, okay, and then some of the options are here, game options. So these game options are what? Personalized learning, okay, which is not a free one, it is a upgraded version you want. Friendly name generator I have offered. Show question on players devices. Okay, for video conferencing means you can make this as a self-paced, again as a student perspective. And random order of questions on, you can give random order of answers on. Okay, two-step join, so means any authentication is required. Automatically move through questions off. Rejoin after game off. Okay, so these are options as per your requirement. And if you select classic mode, now you are able to ready and join to this game, and you can answer the questions. See, you can go to kahoot.it as a participant. Okay, and you have to enter this game pin, or you can scan this QR code. So if anybody joins this particular game, and the quiz will be started. Okay, so this is how we can engage the students and play the game. But what you need is a mobile phone in the classroom should be used. Before that, a permission should be granted, so that every student has to use this technology. Okay, and they can involve in these type of activities. Okay. So I will stop this quiz now. Okay, fine. So this is one kahoot.com, which is another website. And lastly, one which I would like to introduce you is Mentimeter. Okay, so engage your audience and eliminate awkward silences. So there will be a lot of silence in the classroom. Okay, that has two ways: either they are understanding or they are not understanding. So we can make them understand by engaging with our content by using this type of another website, which is called a Mentimeter. Here also you need to sign up and log in. And then you will be just a minute, I have many logins. Okay. Here you can present, okay, with the students, and you can create a new folder, like which I have done already. If you are doing it for sem wise, or you may doing it for a class, like that. And then you can select which presentation you would like to go for. So new presentation, any topic. Okay, I will select this create presentation. A new presentation will be opened for you. Now you can choose which type of slide you want to access. See, there are number of slides. Either you will go for multiple choice or word cloud. Again, open-ended questions, scales, how students should answer, either agree or disagree. This can be given as a scale, ranking, Q&A, okay, quiz competition, typing answers. See, these are different content slides which are available. Images, quote, number. Okay, this is how Mentimeter has a lot of options in asking the questions. Okay, so if you select multiple choice, and here you have to ask the question, and you will type the option, and it will display how many of the participants have chosen option 1 and how many participants have chosen option 2, like that. Okay, and any another option is to be added. Here we have option 4. Now we have 4 options. Okay, and see, this is another type of graph. It is a pie chart like this. If you want to show in the dots, so which type of layout you want to display the answers. So show correct answer. Here it will show the correct answer after all the answers. Percentage, how many of attended the quiz in your classroom. Let participants choose multiple options. That option can be given. And once it is done, you can, after selecting the content, you can also customize it. So closing the voting, hide instructions bar, for example, hide results. Okay, so these layouts are some of the beta versions features. Okay, so which I will just show you one slide which already available. Okay, with me. For example, okay, this is just which we have done right now. Okay, this is one. Let me check. Online grammar classes. Okay, this is how the question can be asked. See, this is a question where the student has to answer this. Okay, for the underline which we have, which we were expecting, and this will be a leaderboard who has answered the first. And next question: who composed the song "Sonic" for Hedgehog 3? Like this, you will have an options here. Okay, Justin Bieber or Michael Jackson. Like this, we will give the option. And when you are presenting here, you can see when you present, either you want to add leaderboard, okay, means who will be a leader for the class for answering the question, that can be seen, or present anyway. So this will look like this. Okay, this will be displaying the waiting for players, and players has to go for Mentimeter and they have to enter the game pin, and they will be able to see the question. So if you have to go to menti.com and use the code 2146419. This is one way of similar to Kahoot and quizzes.com. Mentimeter can also be used for understanding the students, learning activities, and how they are very close to your topic and how much they have understood. Okay, so this is one tool which we may use for as a formative assessment. Okay, so there are some other tools which you can explore, like Socrative and formative. Okay, so due to time duration, just I will give you a brief introduction. That's all for another 2 minutes. So Socrative is another company which has again involved in higher education and K-12. Okay, so you can use this for on the fly assessments. So on the fly means during the classroom. So during the classroom teaching, we can use it for fun, effective engagement of the student. And similar to Kahoot and quizzes, this is also one tool where you can go with this as a formative assessment tool. But here we have some of the paid features. You have to choose the plans. Okay, so we can just identify how many students and all those things. I do not suggest Socrative, but you can go with quizzes or Kahoot, which are totally free for us, okay, for educators. For some features are only paid version, but most of the features are free. Okay, but in Socrative and Formative, most of the features are paid version, which are not free. So instead of these Socrative or Formative, better we go with a Mentimeter or a Kahoot and quizzes.com. And for video content, you can go for Edpuzzle. Okay, so these four tech tools can be used in engaging the students throughout the classroom learning. Okay, so I think I will conclude my session. If any clarification is required from your end, I will be able to answer the queries, or any support from my side is required. I will just share these content and the websites which I have gone through to the coordinator, and later that they will share it to the participants. So once again, I thank the coordinator of this program and the CIT team for providing me an opportunity to talk on formative assessment tech tools. So it was really a pleasure for me. And if any queries are there, so I will just take it upon, and I will conclude my session.
Sir, we have some questions from our participants.
Yes, ma'am.
The first question is, what are examples of formative assessments?
Okay.
Is multiple choice question a formative assessment?
Yeah, formative assessment, I was just mentioning, it may be a daily assessment, or it may be a weekly assessment, like that. And it may be a multiple choice question. So what happens, we cannot ask descriptive questions in the classroom. So how you can make the students understand very well is through these type of questions, like my MCQ or open-ended question or polling questions or flashcards. So this will save the time, as well as student will not be if you ask a descriptive or something else, they will lose the interest. So to keep on the interest, you need to go for a MCQs. So what I'm focusing on is basically if quiz is the best way to assess the student at a particular event, so that they will also be involved in the daily classroom activities.
The next question, sir. What is the difference between blended learning and flipped classroom?
Yeah, most of the time blended learning, which you call either it's physical classes as well as online classes. So flipped classroom is about usually what traditional classroom would be like, giving some homework to the students, and students will do that homework and come back to the classroom. Okay, but in blended learning, what happens, student as well as instructor is involved, but in homework only student is involved, okay, not the faculty. But when we discuss a topic in a classroom or do an activity, not only student, faculty is also involved. So that is why we consider blended learning is something somewhat different between flipped classroom. So blended means, I can say, both type of learning. So we have done physical classes, you have done online classes, but the involvement in flipped classroom is more compared to the traditional classroom.
Next question. Nowadays, teaching learning method involved with so many other activities. Please let me know how to manage with time, as teachers have several jobs to do, like counseling, teaching, attendance entry in multiple places, conducting tests, corrections, seminars, workshops, etc.
Yeah, it was expected, because more of the time we will be engaged in doing lots of work related to college activities for accreditations and all those things. So one thing I can suggest here is, you prepare these materials for one time. Okay, it may take not much time of yours, because during online classes all the materials have been prepared. So use them. And for every time, see, one or the other semester you will take the same subject, right? So at that time you can use these subjects, use these resources what we have developed, okay, and make some modifications to them. That's all. So that is how you can reduce your involvement. Okay, So means what? Not in the sense of in preparing the material, I'm telling. So in preparing the material, you can just reduce the involvement and make some modifications, and the content can be again dispersed to the students and engage them into the learning. So I understand, because we need to enter the lot of data. We have been asked to give so many details to AICTE and other committees, right? So many things will be there in the background. But once the preparation of the resources takes place, so really it will be very helpful for us in continuing these resources. So if you leave that resource or a repository, then it will be of no use. So that is how you can utilize your time in recursing or using those materials again and again.
Next question,
Yes.
how is Bloom's taxonomy helping faculties?
Yeah, Bloom's taxonomy, that's related to pedagogy, and that is about how you frame the questions to the students, right? We will select some of the discuss, explain, create. We have different phases in the Bloom's taxonomy. So that helping the students with related to Bloom's taxonomy, it depends on the what course outcomes and as well as what type of questions we are going to frame, right? But rather than that, it would be usually used for some of the accreditations or the what we prepare some of the after question papers we go for scheme and solutions, and we display it in the notice board and or everything. It's a documentation level. But what I am suggesting is involvement of the students and engaging the students in the classroom learning. So that is much important than preparing the records, right? So Bloom's taxonomy is required. It also helps our way of giving the questions to the students, and what extent we can make them to think about the questions and answer to the questions. Okay, not saying that it is not involved, but it may benefit or not benefit to the students. It really depends on the course material what we have produced.
Next question, with online class, the lack of in-person interaction with both instructors and the classmates can be particularly challenging. How to overcome this issue?
Yeah, that's what I told, because we have conducted around 50 or 45 classes over the semester, but how many of the classes has student attended, we will be not able to understand, right? They will be online virtually, but physically they may not be present. Okay, so this is how you can involve them in learning. So give them these type of activities and ask them to complete. So if it is for free, they will not do 100%, right? If you have to give it for some marks, then only they will do it as an assignment. So since weightage has been given for internal marks as well as the other assessment, so this can be considered as other assessment, and make this as a compulsory activity for the student. Okay, whatever you have done, so that he has to revisit the videos, whatever you have broadcasted, and upload it onto YouTube channel. And then after revisiting those videos, he should be able to answer your questions. Until that, these questions cannot be answered. So such questions has to be framed. That is what required. Then only that gap will be reduced. So or else what we do, we will be just keep on speaking on one end. It's like a unicast, right? So only we will be speaking, they will be they may listen or they may not listen. But involving using these type of tools, they will be happy because technology is involved. Okay, and somewhat it is once again measured and evaluated. So that is how you can bring the gap very closer.
Okay, sir. Those many questions we had.
Yeah.
So I'd like to thank you for the expertise shared on formative assessment technical tools. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for CIT team and the participants for joining us on this session. So once again, I thank each and everyone for your valuable time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
It is for the information of the participants that the attendance has been generated automatically. The recorded sessions, PPTs will be provided at the end of the 6th day. We'll start tomorrow at 9:45 with a session by Dr. Ajit Pardhyana, Achar Institute of Technology, Bangalore, on the topic Recent Trends and Applications in Artificial Intelligence. We'll meet you all again at 9:45 tomorrow. Thank you, one and all.